All right. Hello, hello, hello. The studio is still in shambles, but we're here, so all good. I'm here. I'm kicking. We're doing something. Mostly we're going to be working on getting more large box bags finished because we need to finish the large box bags. As much as I just want to ignore them and move on to the next thing, I cannot. That's how I end up in trouble with a bunch of whips never finished. So we're going to try and get through the large box bag bin today. And then this weekend is going to be a bunch of reorganization of the studio. We're down. It's not really reorganization anymore. Well, it is a little bit because I need Dallas home to help take apart and move the cutting table when he's home. But the majority of it now is just okay, clear out the shelves, get rid of the stuff we're not going to keep, and all that jazz, all the fun stuff now. It's all the fiddly, we got to do these things stuff now. So, yay. Not really. Anyway, it's windy. It's gross outside. I 100% do not feel guilty for being inside today, which is always the nice feeling. I've got my eldest has dance class tomorrow, and then we're going to go in and we're going to get our flu and COVID vaccines because I didn't do them at the beginning of the season. And then I actually thought that it was going to be way harder to book our vaccination appointments, but nope, it was not. I was like, oh, damn it. I did leave Dallas out of it though, because it was I would have, there were no convenient appointments for 4 that weren't until February, because I'm trying also not to disrupt the kids' school or anything like that too much, at least, or other activities. So it was okay, so it's either we go and then he can do a walk-in appointment just with a pharmacy next week or something, or we don't get it until February 9th when he's not even home. So I was okay, I'm gonna go get the kids and I vaccinated, and then and then he can just go in and do a walk-in appointment. I also booked my eldest's routine tetanus because it's not that I keep forgetting, but I keep thinking of it at the most inopportune moments, when I'm on stream and I'm like, we're going to book that appointment, and then I never do. So I just booked it. Problem is okay, so I can book the flu and the COVID vaccine online, and actually the system was super easy. It was just all right, so put the primary on there and then put your secondary people on there, and I'm like, oh well, that's easy. Because previously it was well, if you're booking online, you've got to use your account. And I'm like, but I'm trying to book for the kiddos, and it was a shambles, just in shambles. But this one was way easier. It's put in one and then put in the additional people. And I'm like, I can do that. La-di-da. So yes, now we're all booked in for vaccines. Woo! But yeah, you could book flu or COVID separately, or you could book that you wanted both. So we're just going to go in and do both. And then, tetanus is booked for 2 weeks from now, or 2 weeks after tomorrow, basically. It was actually 2.5 weeks, because I could not remember for the life of me if we had to have a break between them or not. But we just did it anyway, so especially since we're already late, I don't think 17 days is going to make a big difference. So anyway, that was my morning. And then I put this out into the world that I wanted to get a rotary iron, correct? I'm sure I've talked about this on the stream. And a rotary iron it's also known as a mangle. It's one of the things, because of course if you get your fingers caught in it, it's going to get angled. And one popped up on my Buy Nothing page. 3 or 4 days ago. Someone else had claimed it and then apparently didn't take it or something like that. It fell through. I was I would love this for my business. I've been looking for one. It wasn't a hoarder situation, so after I picked it up, I disinfected the shit out of it, literally, in some ways. I don't think there's any mice or anything. It didn't smell like mice in the house, though, which is actually what I was worried about. I was worried about mice droppings and stuff like that, but honestly, it looks clean. It looks old. but it looked clean. It was just like, okay, we're going to disinfect everything because then I don't have to worry about it. Lysol wipes, blah, 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 blah. Disinfectant wipes, I guess. It was Lysol spray. Mango scent. It was a new scent. I'm like, yeah, sure. Same cost as everything else. So, and we don't actually end up using a lot of Lysol spray and stuff like that, surprisingly. Probably why we keep getting sick. I should be a bit more diligent about cleaning our high touch surfaces, but I'm not. Anyway, sprayed it all down. We tested it out at the house and it did heat up. So, but now testing it, I got to figure it out because it is supposed to be rotary. So basically, it's like there's this big clamp. Well, thank you. I am. This sounds terrible. I'm comfortable saying and talking to myself. I gotta be. But thank you for letting me know. I hope that you enjoy joining in the chaos today. Anyway, so this rotary iron does not rotary right now, which in the grand scheme of things is not the end of the world because I can still like manually pull it through. But I did want the rotary function because that's going to make my, like, I'm only going to use it like every 18 to 36 months, 2 years, however long I am in between trips. So basically the main area that this is going to be the most useful for is when I'm actually coming back from a fabric trip. And we've pre-washed everything because I do pre-wash everything. At least for the Japanese fabrics. I don't pre-wash like the canvas or the interior fabric or anything, but all the exteriors get pre-washed. But like the idea of it is that it should actually make that way faster to do as well, because it is one of the pinch points when I first get the fabrics back in to the studio. Anyway, so I've got time. I've got time to figure it out. B, it was free. So if I need to spend a few $100 to get the motor going, because so kind of got like a clutch on it, because you got a like handle to lock in the, basically the iron plate to the rotary section of it. So I hear it engage and you can hear like the electric buzz, but something isn't connecting to make it actually roll. So that's where we're at right now. So it heats up, which is good. I think that's probably going to be, that would be one of the worst things to try and replace. Now I just got to figure out if I can do anything for the rotary or if that's something that I need to take it to, like, I don't even know what, like a small appliance person or something like that. It is actually from a Calgary shop from many years ago. Apparently, so this woman that I got it from, she's moved into assisted living. This is like their house that they're clearing out right now. And she's like 88 and it came from her mum. So I have a feeling, and looking at it and everything like that, and looking at like the stickers, it's probably about a 1950s, 1950s, I'd say, like late 50s, early 60s. Don't quote me on it. I have no clue, like actual clue. But it has that vibe. Probably 60s. That's what I would lean more heavily towards. But yeah, so I don't think that the companies that would have sold it are still around, although I've got the stickers, so I should see, or if they've been like taken over by someone maybe. That would be helpful. At least a starting point, right? But I will probably disassemble it first, and then I'll go in and I'll see. Like, it just feels like it's not engaging in the interior of the cylinder. So I'm wondering if I just need to, like, if there's some sort of lock that needs to be like locked again or something like that. Because like I said, there's the electronic buzz. So I don't think it's any of the wiring that's faulty or anything like that. But like, again, like I said, I've got lots of time to figure it out because we're not going back for fabric till next year. And I do not want to move it down here until it's got a lot of rust. So first off, because I don't know the age of it, I don't know if it's like lead paint and shit. And with the kids around, I don't want to deal with that down in the studio. And I don't want to deal with that in the studio anyway if I don't have to. And since it's rusty, I'm like, okay, I think before we even move it into the basement, A, we'll finish getting the current shambles figured out. That's one of the big ones. And then B, I want to trim clad it so that it locks in the rust and it doesn't continue to rust. And then C, we need to get the motor engaged or whatever it needs to do again as well. So we'll see. But anyway, even realistically, even if it doesn't work, at least you can, I don't know. It was free, whatever. I hate that. I hate kind of like saying that, but it's true. It's like, well, if I throw it out later on like one of our dump runs, whatever, not a big deal in some ways. It was really nice of the woman though that, so I can't tell if they're like related or something like that, or if it's just like a good neighbor thing that's happening. But it sounded, she was like, yeah, if it doesn't work, then we can just take it to the dump on Saturday. It works well enough that I'm not going to do that. I think I can get it. It at least heats up, like I said. So even if I have to manually pull the fabric through, I think it's still going to be faster than trying to iron it. Especially given that I think my actual iron is giving up the ghost and starting to not work very well. Yeah, and the steam press is not effective for yardages. So how's it that I went from like having just an iron to being like, I'm going to have multiple heated appliances to make my fabric flat? Yay! Now, given also though that the steam press did come off of Facebook Marketplace, because I didn't know if I was going to use it, and now look at this, it's like one of my most used tools. Well, okay, in the top 5, let's put it there, because it's like my most used is probably my rotary cutter, my second most used is probably my seam ripper, and my third most used is my sewing machine. So it's in the top 5, because then I put the steam press under the sewing machine, because everything that comes out of the studio pretty much has to go through the sewing machine at some point. So actually, yeah, seam ripper is probably number 5. Never mind, not number 3. Rotary cutter, sewing machine, steam press. In that order. Oh, I guess it's like rotary cutter and quilt rulers, but they fall into the same category. They get used in the same space. So anyway, I also got rid of, so with the reorganization, that metal shelf that I had to go. There was no space for it, and we've got other shelves that we can use if I need to. So it got picked up yesterday, which is awesome. I'm impressed with myself because I hauled it up out of the stairs. It wasn't like, it was 85 pounds. So I was like, okay, I should be able to do this because like the kids are 40 pounds each at minimum. So I regularly lift 80 pounds as it is. I think it's like 85 pounds, just under 85 pounds. But the problem was just like the maneuvering of it up the stairs and then into the garage. I was like, ooh, but I did it. Without damaging anything as far as I can tell. If you're like, hey, how would you not have seen damage if you moved it out yesterday? Because, I don't know, because. But I didn't damage the truck in the garage. That was the big thing I was trying to avoid. Oh, right. We are actually 2 days shorter to the Calgary Marathon right now. Today was cross training day. I went to spin. Spin had a last minute change of instructor. I love my spin studio, but there are certain instructors that I definitely prefer, and this is like my lowest, it was my lowest preferred instructor. I was like, damn it. And then because I did actually go lift weights. Okay, I did like 3 exercises plus an ab exercise. Because I was like, okay, I don't have a lot of time, but like something is better than nothing, especially with leg day. So, and then I was also like, well, if I truncate the legs, at least they're done. And on top of it, I'm going to go to spin anyway. So that's also working out the legs. Anyway, ramble. So yeah, it was just, I got everything done. I was very pleased. It's only supposed to be an hour cross train anyway. And I did like half an hour and 45 minutes. So there we go. Because I do know that I was at my strongest and like felt my best when I was cross training heavily. Like when I was running last, at least when I was running my best like 5 and 10Ks. Or ran my less. I haven't gotten back to my pre-kid 10K yet. I'm inching it down. I am in striking distance this year. I have run it again on the treadmill, but last time I went and ran the 10K, which would have been road race in July last year, I was like, I had just been super sick. So I think that was why I didn't end up getting it. Although I did take 6 minutes off. So I only need to take 6 more minutes off, you know, less than a minute per kilometer. That's tough. Anyway, plus the course that we actually run that on is not flat. So, but I did do my first, I chatted about this on Wednesday. Not a big deal. Anyway, I felt good after my long run yesterday, which was actually good because like this program's already got me going like 8 miles for my long runs. And I'm like, what? Where'd that come from? No. Just go run a casual 14 kilometers on your first long run of your training program. Yeah. This weekend's going to be brutal too because he's got, so I keep calling it he because it's an app put together based on Hal Higdon's training program. So that's why if I talk about he, it's because it's a male running coach that my app is based on. I'm not actually working with a coach, just an app that they've developed. Anyway, this weekend's going to be brutal because tomorrow is like a 5K. And then Sunday is a marathon pace run. And I'm like, what? And then Monday's another long run, which is the more baffling part because I'm like, whoa. That is, like, I know this is supposed to be a higher volume and like more pace work program, but chill out. And if you're like, Katie, you've signed yourself up for this. I know! Why? Why did I do that? Anyway. So we're going to try and crank through these large box bags today because on Monday I want to sit down and work on the traveler slings. Because next week is actually, as much as I need to get prepped for the pop-up with Ancient Arts, a complete disaster in fluid swap this last week, which is why we go in to get warranty or get the fluid swaps done so we can get warranty work done. Besides the point. So we're going to be in the city for that. I don't even know how long that's going to take, but we will go and do our run that day. Dallas and I, because Dallas will be home. And then Friday is actually Parent Day at the preschool, so we're not missing that because I missed both Parents' Days last year, of course. And the eldest has been like very vehemently requesting and demanding that we be there. So I was like, yeah, of course. So I'll be on in the evenings probably. Maybe, we'll see. I guess we'll find out. I don't even know. But I will have a lot of new stock when we get to Ancient Arts for their anniversary pop-up on the 1st, 10 to 4, Manitou Road, Southeast. If you look up Ancient Arts Yarns and Dye Studio on Google Maps, that'll take you direct to it. And then I will be out in Canmore on the 8th for another pop-up with Knit Social, and that one's going to be from, I think it's open to the public from 3 to 5 because it's first off a retreat market, so the retreat attendees get to come in first, and then they're opening it up to the public after that, which is super awesome. And then we are in the chill period of we just get to tick along and get ready for everything that's going to go down in April. April is a hell of a month. We currently have 3 shows scheduled. That's all we're going to schedule, just 3 shows. We're going to have Shindig at the beginning of the month, and then there'll be Hanami pop-up with Ancient Arts Yarns again. This one's really fun because it's based on like cherry blossom, so I'll have 2 Japanese vendors and myself, and of course all of Caroline's gorgeous yarns. And then at the end of April we have Dawson Creek, which is the last Sunday of April up in Dawson Creek. It's Peace Fibre Festival. So we do have at least 2 weeks between Hanami and Peace Fibre Festival, which is good. And we've got in our last Dawson, my last long run is on like the 14th. So I think 2 days after Hanami, which is good. Because then we'll be in full taper for Dawson Creek. Because last year, Dallas's last long run was actually on the weekend that we were in Dawson Creek. And so he went and he ran like 3 hours on the treadmill in Dawson Creek. Gross. I know that that's what mine's going to approach. We were just under 2 hours on Wednesday. So it's like, yes, I know I'm going to get there close. Like close to that here very rapidly. But still, that is the sucky part of training for like marathons in southern Alberta. Because like there hasn't been a lot of snow. Which, hey, I can see the snow clouds coming right now. It's like, come in. The ground is ready. So typically that would be like, yes, this is perfect outdoor running weather, but it's been so fucking windy. So windy. So I haven't been running outside as much. Although the nice thing about it the other day was even 2 hours on the treadmill, I was like, all right, we're gonna strap in and we're just going to like watch studio organization videos. Woohoo! I did get so speaking of studio organization and studio being in shambles and this whole, hopefully, fingers crossed, please let this be the last time I reorganize the studio for a very, very, very long time. I did swap the desks. So now there is no gaps anymore, which is really nice. And then what I did do, because originally we viewed I speak we as in the royal we, even if you weren't here. I know you're all cheering me on because you know that I'm downstairs working some nights, even when I'm not on stream. Anyway, I moved the desks around. So I put the thicker desk here, deeper, whatever you want to call it. It's heftier than the thin one that was over here. So now there's no gaps. I moved the L-shaped desk over to where the skinnier, just straight tabletop desk was. It actually works better because the one that is now here, the deeper desk, was also the one that the legs were already off of. So now I've got the Alex unit here, which actually you can see. So it's there now. And I'm going to have to get Dallas to help me just kind of shuffle the mat a little bit out so that we can actually put this a little bit closer. But that can happen when he's home because hi. Just easier with 2 people. And then what we had originally planned was with the U, put the desk in basically the middle of the room for like a packing station, which is where the skinny desk is now. But I looked at it and I'm like, well, this is stupid. It breaks up the fabric storage and also breaks up my like very otherwise nice clear path between where the fabric is going to be and where the cutting table is going to go. So I was like, okay, nope. So the skinny table went back under the window, actually. The other window. So we're currently under the big, what I call the picture window. Nice walkout area. And then the other table went under the other window that we used to basically be beside. And it actually works. Bye. Thank you so much. We'll see you hopefully next week. Now that other desk is back under that other window and it's actually fits fucking perfect between the calyx that's against the wall and the patio door. It's like, yes, it meant to be perfect. So now the only thing is that it might change up a little bit depending on if we decide to take one of these shelves for the kids' room, because I think technically we should still have one in the kids' room. Although it is a really nice layout right now. Gives me lots of storage space. I don't know if I need that much storage space. That's kind of where I'm at with it. That's why I'm like, But you know what? Right now, I don't care. It looks good. It feels good. I got to go through all those shelves anyway and like reorganize and get stuff stored properly and all of that. So that's where this is going to take a while, is because realistically these shelves have not been optimized since we moved, because in the whole moving period it was throw it into boxes and get the fuck out. And now it's, I gotta deal with past Katie. It's, I just want to throw everything into boxes and be done with this. Which I will probably still hit that point with this, but we're trying to, yeah. I know the whole timer thing and everything like that, but like there's also something to be said for just like almost a rage clean. I'm really now the one thing I am hoping is that last time I got vaccinated with the COVID booster, it was it knocked me out for the day afterwards. So I'm really hoping that that doesn't happen this time, especially with the double whammy of both vaccines. I know I'm late in the period for getting vaccinated, but better vaccinated than ever. And actually, this will probably give us a boosted immunity until the next booster comes out for next year with the flu vaccine, which I am excited for. Anyway. And actually, our eldest can start just going to the pharmacy. Ha ha! Freedom. They here they vaccinate 5 and unders at the like community clinic. Now I still have one that is under 5, so they would still go to the community clinic. So we'll probably all just go together. But then the following year we can just start going to the pharmacy and just getting vaccinated at the pharmacy, and that is just, I don't know, removes one of those like mental steps to going and getting vaccinated. So anyway, yeah. So anyway, why I'm hoping that doesn't knock me out too much is because then I'll have a good day hopefully tomorrow, Saturday, right? Yeah, today's Friday. Tomorrow and Sunday to be able to like get a real good portion of this done. I need to clear off the cutting table again so that we can move it next week. I'm gonna have to figure out when we're going to move it really, because I need to be down here sewing, and it is a 2-person job though. So I do have, but yeah, I guess that should be my priority then, is getting that ready to go. So that we can just move it, which means like taking the bins off. Even if it puts this side into more of a shambles, we need to move the cutting table next week, because then everything else I can do myself, pretty much. Actually, the things I was impressed that I was able to move that wire shelf decently easy, but B, I was extremely impressed that I was able to like move the 5x5 calyx. I was like, oh, that was a coup. The dumbest thing I probably did is I put that 2x4 shelf up by myself, and I probably shouldn't have done that, but I did it anyway. Don't do it by yourself. I got it, but yeah, no, do not suggested. This was not done by a professional. Please do not attempt at home, or at least if you do attempt at home, when there's another adult in the house, in case you get crushed. I did not, obviously. I am currently uninjured. Knock on wood. So, yay. Look at me. Anyway, yeah, so now it's like cleaning everything else up. I don't know. I also gotta figure out where I'm actually putting the Cricut, because removing that wire shelf does mean that I got rid of the Cricut shelf. Because that was the main thing I was holding. It was originally holding, or meant mostly for the leather and stuff like that, but then it shifted into like leather and Cricut, and now it's like, okay, so the leather will go into either the storage room itself, or I'll put it in the same closet with the obi and kimono, because the area we're moving the kids' stuff into is technically the bedroom, so it's got a closet which I'm keeping for the obi and kimono, as I've mentioned multiple times before, because it's still just the best way to store all of that, I think. I think what I'm going to do is so I've got a bunch of fiber and stuff like that to spin on the shelf in the closet. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to clear it out, put it in the storage room, and put the leather on the shelf that the fiber currently is on. And then all my hobby stuff is basically going to be condensed down into the storage room. Which, am I a little bit sad about that? Yeah. Is it a needs must situation? Also yes. So I'm very spoiled that at one point I did have the space to put it in, but we like the studio takes precedent. So I'm like getting flashbacks to us finishing off the studio in the old, or like basically developing the basement in the old house. And they were delivering drywall yesterday, 6 years ago. It's like, holy crap. And then I mudded and taped the drywall and never fucking again. It did, however, at the time save us like $3,500. So it made sense at the time because the basement already had cost us a significant amount for them to like frame it and everything like that. And I'm like, well, I'm an amateur. I don't know how to do it, but $3,500 is a lot of money. And I think it was like he did make the quote a little bit more because he also hated mudding, and like the contractor hated mudding and taping, which I do not blame him. Actually, the mudding and taping was fine. It was freaking sanding. Sucked the life out of me. Anyway. But yeah, so that was what was happening 6 years ago. And then we got it finished. And I was down there for, when did I've got it finished like early 2019. And Dallas finished the floors in like 2020 or 2021, I think. Yeah, I was down there like early 2019. And then we moved in 2022. I am really enjoying this new setup for the sewing machine though. So I'm happy that I did it this way. There's definitely a few things like, so part of why I wanted to do it now, and part of what I'm thinking is I'm like, do we actually want to like move everything again to do the floors? I'm like losing the will to keep doing stuff so we can, anyway, I don't know. I may be swayed towards keeping it a little bit longer simply because I just don't want to deal with it again right now. But actually, I think that moving it around now, right before I do go into like the major show pushes, is probably the best time, because it's like working in it, I will figure out some of the kinks that I wouldn't figure out if I was in a slower time either. As much as it's a pain in the ass to be moving it around in show production. So whatever. Cat problems. Oh no. Moving my studio space around again. I bring this up a lot, but it is true. It's like still not a lot to find for like, you're not quite a micro business organization level. It's like you are either a small business moving into a works, like a warehouse, or you're a small business in the tiny little corner of your kitchen, is what seems to be the targets for a lot of the organizational videos. So once this one is done, even if I don't have like it perfectly tidy, I will be doing a studio tour. Finally. I know I say that every time I move it around. I was going to do it last time and then I didn't either. But oh well, we'll get there eventually. Okay. We do need a few more cotton linen blends, and I'm just going to actually count them off from the pile here, and maybe we'll go in and we'll actually cut the cotton handles or cotton tags as well so that they're done. Actually, although it is interesting, because when I was originally looking up studio organization videos, that's how I stumbled across XXL Scrunchie Co., which is, it's a Asian woman run business, and she makes extra large scrunchies, extra large scrunchies in fact. She is out of Ontario, so Canadian made, if you're on the Canadian made kick. Super cool. They're really pretty. And it's like she started in her apartment and then basically her parents' kitchen-ish area and then the basement in her parents' house. Now she's in like a giant warehouse, which is super cool to see the progression. Yeah, so her videos were pretty inspiring. And then I like watching like other crafters' studio organization videos too, because like there is always some sort of gem. Ow. Ow, shocked me. There's always some sort of like organization gem in pretty much any video. Now, do they all apply? No. 6. I will finish that thought here in a minute. 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 22, 24, 26, 28, and I know that that one is not in here, but we'll cut up to 30 anyway, because then there's a few spares, whatever. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, that's a cotton linen blends. 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 29, 30. That's good. Yeah, I like watching other crafters because A, it's just inspirational. It's cool to see what other people do for crafting, even if I have zero interest in it. So the one that I watched the other day when I was on the treadmill, actually, mostly because it was like, here's some calyx storage stuff. And since I use the calyx for the fiber, the fabric, and other things, I was like, oh, we'll watch that and see if there's anything we can kind of use. And actually for the Alex drawers, which are what I store my zippers in, and we're going to start storing the hardware in. That was one of the big ones. Anyway, so she did card making, so that was super cool to see. Yeah. It's just neat to see. And I like a combo of like DIY, and you can go to IKEA and buy this bin stuff, because sometimes mentally it's far better to just be able to purchase it if you can. But oh yeah, and then that was the other good thing, is like moving the table over under the window, speaking of IKEA, meant that like it's lined up well enough with one of the shelves that I'm not going to worry about getting hardware for it. So that's like trying to do this reorganization on $0, or like a little bit maybe into organizational like baskets, but even there I'm like, I think we can work with what I have already, and then we can always adjust it later. The big thing is I need to figure out a way to divide up these Alex drawers, because they're extremely deep. But, and you can just see that out of the corner of your eye, there is now like, that's where all the hardware is going to go. So for these guys, the like plastic snap hooks that I have like 4 bins of them. But so I want to get these all into like one section of a drawer. So I got to figure out how exactly I'm going to put that I can like, then I can, I'm like, no, because I'm already up half a dozen times, even with them like it's literally right behind me, is so fucking annoying. But I also am, previously I was not in a stage where I could actually hang these. I'm putting all the tags back there along with all the handles. I wasn't like with the kids, I was not in a stage where I could actually have stuff really in the drawers, and now we're at a stage where I think we can have things in the drawer. If anyone lives around me and they hear me saying some very out of hand things, especially this summer, please be aware that I have small preschoolers that do love to get into the stuff, because those are totally famous last words. Oh, true story. Oh well. It's amazing when it's like, because we've got 2 cats and 2 kids, what the overlap between the unhinged things you say to your cat and the unhinged things that you say to your toddler can be. Like, what was it? Oh, I don't even remember. There was a really good example like within the last month. One of them definitely being, please don't lick the toilet paper dispenser. That was my youngest with my husband just before gymnastics last week. Thankfully, the youngest has not gotten sick from that licking of the toilet paper dispenser. It's like, oh good. Lovely. Not like they don't bring enough stuff home from school. But yeah, then I said something to the cat, and it's like, that sounds like something that I would actually say to the kids. Okay. No, come on. Right, today's the 24th. Gotta keep an eye on my air miles. I should be getting air miles from Michael's here into my account because it can take up to 120 days. And I'm like, well, normally it doesn't take 120 days, but you know, benefit of the doubt. But yeah, I'm going to start an inquiry tomorrow if they don't show up. Like, they should have been there by now. Mostly because we're going to pay for our flights through air miles. So I'm like, I want all the air miles in my account I can get right now, please. Because we're going to need them. Booking window's going to open in another month and a half. Am I going to book right away? No, I probably won't be able to. Well, if the retreat goes really well in Camar, I'll be able to as soon as they open, basically. But if it does not, then I am not going to. That's what Dawson's for. Dawson's like, he's like, when do we have to book? We're trying to like time everything out. And he was like, I was like, yeah, I'll book flights in like May. And he's like, what? And I'm like, well, yeah, we know when we're gonna go. It's not like I'm gonna leave this to the last minute. And May in some ways is kind of late, especially given that every time I've looked at the JAL flights, Japan Airlines, the first like front half of the plane's booked, like all the way out through November. Now only flying from Vancouver to Tokyo, not Tokyo to Vancouver, but it's like, what is going on? Don't get it. Okay. Whatever. I know Vancouver's the hub, and for Western, and actually a lot of the Western United States as well. I was going to say Western Canada, but actually a lot of the states too. But like, come on. All right, we are cranking along here pretty good, and I don't have any errands to run tonight, so that's nice. I got all the extra grocery things that I wanted. I'm gonna make some tiramisu blended oats, and I'm like, ooh, because they sound, oh shoot, did I put that upside down from what I wanted to do? Probably. Yeah, they'll be okay. This is on the right end, right? Yes, okay. Anyway, yeah, so there's these like tiramisu blended oats, and then it's got a tofu topping, essentially. I'm like, this sounds amazing. It's got like chia and yogurt, and yeah, just tasty, tasty, tasty sounding. We'll see. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to get that done tonight. I got to wash the blender and the immersion blender, so that's always fun. Because this morning I tried, it's supposed to be some like blue sky smoothie or something like that. It's supposed to have spirulina in it. I did not have spirulina. Turned out I also did not have Greek yogurt to make this with today, but it was actually really good. It was like pineapple, banana, vanilla protein powder, and chia, and some vanilla extract for a little bit of extra kick. The macros were, or the calories were higher than stated in the video, but that's fine, whatever. Mostly because I think I used whole milk versus like an almond milk, because high satiety factors. And yeah, I will probably do it again, but I will do it with some Greek yogurt because it did have enough staying power sugar-wise. It didn't actually like make my sugars go horribly out of whack, which is amazing. Because I did find previously when I was doing smoothies that my sugars would like not react well. And I think it's probably because everything got blended, so you end up like blending a lot of the fiber out. But I also think with the chia being there, that a lot of the fiber still remained in. But I was definitely hungry by the time I got out of spin as well. So I have to remember to take a snack before spin next time, because basically I just ended up eating a bunch of gummies, which all in all works extremely well. Eating the gummies before the workout best time to do it. But yeah, no, maybe whatever. It's fine. It's fine. But yeah, so this blue sky smoothie or whatever it was titled was really good. Half a cup of frozen pineapple, a ripe banana, and part of why I did this is because I have a bunch of bananas that are like right on the edge of you're done. So a ripe banana, preferably frozen, but I did it unfrozen. It was perfectly fine. Tablespoon of chia, teaspoon of vanilla extract, 3/4 of a cup of milk of your choice. I think the recipe calls for almond milk. I used whole milk because that's what I have on hand. The protein powder. I just use what Costco has, which is the lean fit, and it was the vanilla. Yeah, it was good. We're good. I like the fact that I didn't jump my sugars and it was like a decent tasting smoothie. I'll try and find the video actually on YouTube, and I'll start a new videos I talk about in live stream. So videos I talk about in live stream will probably end up staying in that, and that'll be non-food based, and then I'll put maybe recipes I talk about on live stream. There we go. Because I've definitely started talking about some of them, and I'm like, now that I think of it, creating another playlist for these if it's available would probably be a good idea. This was a Facebook reel, so I don't know if it's going to be available on YouTube, but I'll do my best to find it at some point here. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to finish all of these, and then I'm going to leave the turning until the kids are home. So i.e. tomorrow, when I run out of energy for tidying, I will turn bags instead, and then we can do all the finishing seams on Monday. Basically, we'll sew all these box edges and the handles, because that's what we're working on right now, and then we'll go in and start working on the traveler slings because they're all extreme. Oh shoot! Yeah, whatever. It's like, but then I have to change out the thread. Yeah, suck it up, Katie. Maybe we'll work on the Kato bags that are like sitting right here. I do, for some reason, only have half of one of the Kato here, which I think the other half is actually in the cutting studio, and I've been very confused as to why it's in the cutting studio. I'm still confused why it's in the cutting studio. Maybe I must have been using it for like a template for the other ones or something. Yeah, because there's only like half of the pink one, and then I've got both pieces of the hot pink with the gold, and I've got both linings. So the other like half of the OB Kato has to be in the cutting studio right now. So I guess we'll be finding that when I'm tidying up this weekend. So top priorities this weekend are, there's a bookshelf in that studio that needs to be cleared out and moved out of there, which is going to open up the room so much. Moving the big calyx out of there open that room up so much. Even moving some of the shelves back in, because here's the thing, I still want to keep my knitting magazines and stuff like that. Yeah, I still need to keep my knitting magazines, and at least for now. And there's a couple other factors. Like, yeah, I don't want to get rid of all of my hobby stuff out of that room. So I do think we're going to have to get one more shelf for the kiddos stuff, or move one from out here into there. But even just moving the large shelves out helped quite a bit. Actually, maybe the Trofast or something like that. More like a drawer set up for the kids would be better. That might be good. So the idea is that we're swapping the room into like, from the cutting studio to more of a play and school room. So the furniture in there needs to kind of do both. So yeah, like a Trofast. So the Trofast are those IKEA shelves that have like the bins you can pull out, and that would be really good for their art supplies and stuff like that. That might be even better than the calyx. Yeah, and then I need to, so that's top priority, is getting that room ready, because then we can like get the cutting table out when Dallas is home. And then clearing the cutting table, of course, which is always a priority. And I need to figure out where the actual stock storage is going. Because I've got a set of drawers right here that are like where the bags technically get stored in between shows. I don't think the bags hit these dressers between when I packed them up in April and today. I am going to take them out so that they can have some breathing room after February 8th. So I do still want to keep the drawers around for storage, but I'm also like, they might end up, maybe they need to go into like the actual storage room. That might not be the worst idea. There is no room in there either in some ways. So that is the big conundrum right now, is where they're going to go, or if they just go into this playroom with the desks and stuff like that, and that might just be the best option. I should also move the printer back down here because it's up behind Dallas's desk, and I'm like, honestly, it should be back down here. And I think we've got the room to move it back down again. So there's like really good space actually up on top of the calyx. That would work right now. And yeah, it'll all come together. And like I said, this is why it's like, it's probably, as much as a pain in the ass as it is a good idea to do this in a show run, because then all of this stuff at least will get sorted out pretty quick as to what I need to do. I do not know where this rotary iron is going to go. That's why it's staying in the garage until we're done this reorganization. And I've trim cladded it so that the rust stops. And hopefully get the actual like rotary wheel going. That's the other big thing about this. So I think the first thing is to take it off of the actual, take the like cylinder off. I think that's the first step. Take a look. There might just be a catch that isn't catching or is worn off or something like that. And then I'll go from there. I don't know. And then the next question becomes, it's like, okay, so if I can't fix it, where the hell do I even take this thing? It's not bulky or hard to like transport. So that's the good news. It's actually quite easy. It's really nice because so it's on a stand with some like fold out arms. I'm going to assume like support arms for when you're actually like rotoring larger pieces, probably like bed sheets and stuff like that. But it does very easily come out of that stand as well, which is not something that I realized yesterday when we were moving it. And I'm very glad we did not realize it yesterday when we were moving it and crush our toes. Because I don't think either of us expected it to move around. And then I was like driving around with it in the back of the Jeep, and I was like, that is slipping and sliding far more than I anticipated. And realized that was because it's not like bolted into the stand. Because it actually has a use of, you can take it off the stand and you can increase or decrease the pressure of basically the ironing plate against the cylinder. So that makes sense too. I just hope I'm able to make it work, because A, it saves something from the landfill. B, I love being able to take vintage tools like this and use them. Solid. Yeah. So anyway, so yeah, I'll have to figure out where that's gonna go. But like I said, paint, it 100% needs a paint job. I thought about getting some yesterday, and then I was like, okay, but am I actually going to do it in any kind of like timely time frame? And it's like, the answer is no. Although actually I've got paint here, so we might just paint it with what I already have. I have a pink, and I've got like a socket of pink and like a cherry blossom bark brown, reddy brown. So I might just paint it brown. Who knows? And who cares? Who's gonna see it besides me? The original color is white, or just like kind of off white. But the stud could be any color I want it to be. Whatever. The main thing being that I seal it in And we don't have rust. Okay. All right, these parasols have been in the whip bin for a very long time. So here we go. They're nearly done. They will be done on this round, which is awesome. Lots of new fabrics, a few of these like older ones mixed in. Pretty awesome. Okay, I am going to count how many we have left. We got 2 here. The third, because we got the handle already in there. 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 27. Okay. That's about the same amount as what we finished actually for Airdrie. So how many bags did I count? I thought I counted that we had 72. Oh, and I guess if we finish 31, then that's still 41 left. Okay, never mind. But that's even like discounting some of the ones that, yeah, oh, whatever, it doesn't matter. We definitely finished more than 7 though. Because I was like, well, there's 3 or 4 that we didn't actually end up turning and getting clipped because it was like, they still needed zip pulls. So I was like, okay, we're not, and I was upstairs, so I wasn't putting zip pulls back on. And then we're missing the postal animals handle, right? So, I do not understand how I don't have the postal animal handle. We 100% sewed it as far as I know. And like, we're missing a couple handles. And it's like, where the hell did you go? I was extremely diligent about that. So speaking of which, we're going to pull that because it won't be able to get finished anyway. Today, at least. So annoying. And actually, that is one of the things that's going to be nice about having everything a little bit more contained and like having the work zone. And then the only thing is I gotta keep up with the tidying up because the cutting table got bad towards the end of the year last year for good reason. But yeah, I need to make sure that I stick to the put it away once you're done cutting method because that did help significantly. And also I need the cutting table out here in the next before the retreat. Because we're gonna try and get some stuff done for some of the kato done for the retreat, just so we have some different colors. Because that's what I think is happening. Is the colors are all fairly similar right now, and it's like so they're not. This is why I like having lots of stock. Is there's a decent selection of kato right now, but when you look at them on the shelf, they blend together, and so I need some of the other colors back in the range so that like basically what'll end up happening is all the ones that I have right now will sell once I've got more new ones because there'll be contrasts so they don't just make this giant blob of kind of drawstring bags. It's wild. It's so like insane just how stuff doesn't vibe when it's all very similar colored. The bag blob. So, anyway, that's where we're at. I know I keep going around in circles, but the more I go around in circles, the more we refine what we're going to be doing. I do also need to go in and we need to do a whole nother run of needle stashers and cake cozies and notions pouches, all the itty bitty things. And I think actually we should focus in on the pouches because those will also be useful for like omatsuri and any other kind of like, outside the knitting community sales and stuff like that. We are not this year doing any Christmas sales. Christmas markets are just not where it's at for the business, which is fine. We will be doing omatsuri. I gotta pin it down with Dallas what we're doing for vibrations, if we're doing vibrations. chat with him about that tonight. And then I'm still waiting for like Otafest and stuff like that to get back to me. So we'll see. Don't know. But I never know. Even when we're right in the thick of it, I never know. How many people can say that they could understand what I was doing last year, including myself? 0. Oh, I'm a professional, I swear. Okay, next. Potato Lucky Cats. Doom, doom, doom. Doom, de doom. Whatever. Oh, right. Yeah. The last of the jambalaya is all gone. There was so much like jambalaya left over after Dallas made it. We should remember that and just be like, okay, when you make it next time, make sure you make it at like the beginning of the week, because 2 people eating down a whole pot of jambalaya is a lot faster and easier than 1 person eating down a pot of jambalaya. It was tasty, but it was a lot, and I was just like, I'm jambalaya'd out. I also did all of my exercise this morning with no caffeine in my body, and I'm like, that was a dumb idea, but I had 0 time to make a coffee this morning. So it just didn't happen until I got home after spin. Usually I was like kind of banking on the fact that they typically have a pot of coffee made after classes, but they didn't this time, and I'm like, no, I want coffee. I don't think there's anyone to make it as part of it. And then I'm curious if they didn't make it because they had a class so they have a really cool class called a mom and babe bar class. You go in and you put your baby in the carrier, and then you do the mom and babe bar class. And I'm wondering if they just didn't make it because they knew that they would have a crowd of people after the class or something like that. Although, like, this place has usually been really good about fostering some community. So it's very curious that they didn't do it. Whatever. If they didn't have someone out on the front either, that makes sense, I guess. Cross training. I should actually look ahead at the schedule and see if I've got more cross training days as well. And then just book my classes so I don't get stuck right in front of the instructor every single time. Because, yay. I actually prefer, well, part of it is you can't see yourself in the behind mirrors as well. And part of it is it's like, I don't mind being in the front, but I do prefer being like a bike or 2 over, which is hilarious because sometimes the bikes are pretty cranky. The ones along there are not, but then there is one that's got like a ridiculously hard seat. They must have replaced it because I swear the old seats are not this hard, but this seat is like A, rock hard. And then B, the bike is just like cranky. It is really stiff turning the knob up on it and stuff like that, and just like, and then it doesn't take a lot to add pressure to it. So it's like you do like eat, and it's like, oh god, I can't even like push the pedal down. So they all have a personality of their own, and you learn them. And of course, you don't learn them until afterwards, or you end up like accidentally getting on the bike again because that's the only space. And then you're like, oh, right, this is why I don't ride in this position if I can avoid it. So, yay. But yeah, it was like, I'm a little bit bored with spin classes, but I also know in my like mental imaging of what I did previously, it was like probably the most integral part of my like speed up last time when I was like before kids. So I'm like, fine, I'll go to spin. Wah wah, cat problems. Actually, I'm going to check right now if we've got more cross training. I don't like going to spin, but let's see if we've got more cross training. Oh. Okay, next Friday is the 31st. Oh, that's not actually where I want to be. I want to be in the run program, not the studio program. No, I actually have a run next week, but I have cross training on Thursday. Damn it. Well, that's annoying. Interesting. Okay. Well, that's actually not that bad because Dallas will be home. Because then I could go, because he can take the kiddos to gymnastics, so I could go do spin and then walk down and meet them. Because it overlaps enough that I wouldn't be able to do each consecutively, but I could. I can walk down and actually I end up being only like 5 to 10 minutes late, even with the walk down versus like not being able to do it. So maybe that's what I'll do next week when Dallas is home. Sounds like the people I was trying to woo into running the marathon, it's not happening. It's like, ah, curses. Hello, Deb. How are you? Welcome from like very brown, not snowy southern Alberta, where I'm literally watching snow clouds go all the way, like circling us. They came over the mountains earlier, and now they're like going south, and they're, yeah, it's like thunder clouds up north almost. Thunderheads. We were cat probleming a bunch of stuff today, so rambling on. So if you have any questions, feel free to throw them in the chat. I always like having the direction for the ramble. And if not, I'll just keep rambling. Because that's how this rolls. Oh, yeah, it's cold here too. Our wind chill. So it's like -3 right now, Celsius. So probably about, well, it's below freezing. So what would that be, like 30 degrees probably? Fahrenheit? Oh, yeah, but our wind chill feels like -16. Oh, lovely. That's colder than it was when I left this morning. Gross. But hey, the cloudy day today is quite nice because it's actually like diffused the light coming in the window on the sewing table. So I'll take that because, so one of the rambles that we've been on today is I'm in the midst of another, and why I mean by another is I swear I've moved this like studio around like every 6 months for the past almost 3 years. And this hopefully is the final iteration before we actually put new flooring in here. But, yeah, today is only the second day where we've really been under this window, and it's actually really nice for me. Looks like the video isn't like super blown out today, which is nice because of the clouds. And I get a mountain view, which is what I daydreamed about when I looked at this house. So I'll take it. And actually, I think at this point, the kids are old enough that if I want to do some sewing and they want to go outside, I can release them, because now that the sewing machine is in the window, I can see practically our whole backyard, which is awesome. And even the little bit of like a mud pit that they make over here is visible now. Yes. And they're tall enough, and they're not eating rocks as much as they were the first year we were here, so I'll take it. It's insane because it's like so it was really nice because our old place, we had been looking from like 2020 forward, blah 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 blah, because housing prices obviously started to go up, and it was what we had been waiting for, because when we moved into our old place, we literally bought it, and then Alberta had the oil crash in 2015, and our house value plummeted by like 25% instantly, pretty much 3 months after moving in. And we kind of, this is terrible. It was a build, but we kind of built it for about 7 years. Like, we anticipated being in that house for about 7 years. And we loved the house. We loved the house, but the yard, or the back, the lot it was on, there we go, backed onto like everyone. So there was like 5 other houses around us, absolutely zero privacy, all of that. And my husband is very introverted, like, to the point of a little bit of misanthropy. So it's like, yeah, never sat well with him. So when housing prices started going up, we started looking for a new place, and took us a couple years because they hadn't gone up that much in 2020. And then of course 2022 came, and it was like, okay, if we're doing this, we got to do it now. And found this place. Like, we had a list of stuff that was like, okay, this is a make or break. So like, walkout basement, no backyard neighbor, and that was the big one. Even like that was the number one thing. No backyard neighbors. Pie lot if we could find it within our price range too. That was the other thing. We still had a pretty, like, I had a number in my mind. We went a little bit above and beyond that number, but that's okay, because it also meant that we didn't go to open house on the weekend, because they figured that even then it would have gone another at least 30,000 over what we already had gone over the asking price. So yeah, but anyway, this place hit all the marks, and it is hilarious because I came and saw it by myself, and so poor Dallas is up at work because so he left for work on Tuesday, and I saw this listing coming up on Wednesday, and I told my realtor, I'm like, we got to go see this like now. Actually, I think it came up for listing on like the Tuesday night or something like that. Anyway, and then he was all like, oh no, what if I don't like it? And then no, it all worked out. What a little bit of a shit show getting everything figured out. Anyway, long story short, and I was like, I totally lost the thread of that. Why, right, is the rocks. When we moved here, the youngest had just turned 1. So what was nice about the old place though is like our eldest turned 1 there, and then our youngest turned 1. So yeah. But yeah, now we're at the point where I don't have to worry about them, right, eating the rocks as much in the backyard. Because we definitely went through a mouthing phase that summer. It's like, oh God, don't put those rocks in your mouth. You've got teeth. Don't damage your teeth. Don't eat the rocks. Like I said, the unhinged things you say to toddlers and cats, and it's like where the Venn diagram is like basically just a concentric circle. So, and eating rocks would not be a cat problem, that's for sure. If you haven't watched for a while, cat problem is a problem that really doesn't affect anyone else, and I just like to gripe about occasionally, or constantly, because it's a cat problem. If you know cats, you know exactly what I mean. But it's actually based on a book by Jory John. This like spoiled house cat, but of course it's all of the woes of being a spoiled house cat, of course. Oh, that's why it's so tight. I'm like, this is getting tighter. There we go. Yeah, all the woes of being a house cat, and the main one that comes to mind when it's like, I always think of this book is there's a panel and it's like, they're asking for food. They get fed, but it's dry food. And it's like, dry food, I want wet food, not dry food, wet food. So that is the epitome of a cat problem. And so when I'm like complaining about something, 99.9% of my problems are cat problems. Oh, but a child eating a rock would not be a cat problem. And I'm glad we seem to be mostly beyond that stage. Until I look down and they've got something else in their mouth right now. Who knows? All right. We still got a good pile here. We're going to like, yeah, what I decided is we're going to finish boxing all these bags, and then I'm going to leave the turning for this weekend when I'm like down here tidying up, and I'm like, that's enough. I want to flip a table. I'm done. And since it's a good activity when the kids are home, I'll keep the turning for that. And then we will sew the finishing seams on Monday. But once these are done, then we can move on to the traveler slings, which I am frankly far more excited for right now. I had a little bit of a reset on the whole like large box bags because I didn't sew as much after Creekside. Is like I haven't hit my wall again yet, but I can tell that it is coming already, and I'm like, what is going on? So that's why we'll, even though technically I should just turn and finish them, we're not going to. My little act of rebellion is we're not going to. But we are almost through the whole whip bin. There are some that are going to be in time out until later in the summer. I know I should just finish them, but I'm ready to move on to something else, as mentioned. So, plus I want to get the traveler slings done for the pop-up with Caroline, because I feel like they will be popular there. And we need to also work on the gyoza bags. Actually, should we work on traveler or should we work? Yes, traveler because it's on top, and then we'll work on gyoza bags on Monday after we've got these guys settled. As long as we've also got the traveler slings more or less finished. But yeah, most of this weekend will be focused on getting the studio more out of shambles. We'll find out, I guess. Main thing being that I need to tidy up the cutting side now so that we can at least get the cutting table out. And then this side we'll need a tidy. It's something right now. Shambles. Complete shambles. Mostly it's just I'm going to make a bigger mess before I have less of a mess, and that involves I'm going to just pull everything except the fabric off the shelves and put it on the floor. I'm going to dump all the bins. I'm going to dump all the things, and then we're going to make a keep, donate, and throw pile, basically. So, and keep, donate, sell, whatever pile, I guess, would be the better description. So, it's always fun. But yeah, I'm at the point where it's like, okay, we need to lighten up. Well, and I've known this for a while. I've known that we need to go in and actually sort some stuff. So that's the boring part though, and that's why it's so hard. And I know, set a timer, but it's like I also want to get it done. So if there's so much here that even setting a 15-minute timer, I'm not going to get much done. Although I guess maybe what I do is I intersperse maybe 15 minutes of declutter with 15 minutes of sewing. I could do that. That would be a good way to do it. Because the kids will be delighted to be on their iPads for the weekend, as per usual, or TV or whatever. I'll figure it out. And if not, I just will remain in shambles for a little bit longer. Oh no. We did. Oh, so Flynn is looking far better. So Flynn is one of our cats, an orange boy, so he does not have the brain cell very often. But we've been dealing with some sort of like lesion-y bullshit on his head and like cheek for the past year and a half. First we changed his diet, then we treated with antibiotics and a steroid shot. Antibiotics and the steroid shot did a lot of good, but didn't clear it up completely. The diet change did a little bit, but nothing insane. Although we were discussing that the other day, and I did realize that he is not throwing up as much as he did previously, so that might be a benefit. So we're not changing that right now, as much as I would like to get him off of that diet, mostly just because it's expensive. But I don't know. If he's doing well, he's doing well. So is Dahlia. Anyways, yeah, we did all that stuff, and then we went and saw a different doctor, and we did finally do a blood work panel, and it turns out that he might have some sort of like mite or like something under the skin that's like a parasite. Anyway, lovely, right? And so he's scratching to try and get rid of them. So we coned him over the weekend because of course he saw the vet on Friday, and they had to order the treatment in. And then so we got, and it actually has cleared up. Like I would say 92% of the actual like over the ear one, and then the majority of the cheek is looking better. It's probably at like a 60% healed rate now. So I'm like, okay, I'll take it. And then we got the mite treatment in, and I did give it to him last night. I actually got it on Wednesday, and then I forgot to give it to him because it's one of those ones where it's like, okay, do not let the kids touch this sort of treatment. So I had to do it after they're in bed. So yeah, so we got that last night. Absolutely hates the cone because of course, poor miserable little booger. That is actually where I was going. I'm like, where am I going with that sentence? But that's it. Yeah, poor cat. But he is looking better. Because one of the other things I noticed when we did this treatment last time, because we have done this before and it cleared it up like 98%. So I'm like, I think what we'll do is we'll keep the cone on until he stops scratching constantly. That sounds like the bobbin is out. It is out. And then we'll take it off and we'll see how he does from there. So the vet's recommendation for this is basically like, okay, so this was like, we gave it to him about 8 weeks ago, this treatment. So he probably we'll give it to him like 3 months in a row, and then hopefully spread it out from there. She's basically like, if you see any scratching, you do the treatment again. So I'm going to keep the cone on him until this treatment like really settles, because you can tell when he's scratching now, because of course you can hear the tick, 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 tick on the cone. Yeah, we'll see. Seriously, it's like, if it's not the kids, it's the cats, and if it's not the cats, it's the kids, and it's just like, guys, calm down. Let's have a few months of just like nothing going on. That means like no illnesses, no like hiccups, nothing. Just some smooth sailing, please. Okay, I'm gonna count out the bags here because I am super curious. We got 5. This is 6 technically, but this is pile of 5s. Pile of 5s seems to work best for my brain to tell me where we're at kind of in the progression of all of this. 5, 10. We're probably down around the 20 point, I think. 5, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, there's 15. And 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we got 19 total left. Excellent. That's not counting. So the ones that are in timeout is that William Morris knockoff, because I was like, I don't know where the hell the handle went for that. One of the sloth prints, because apparently, oh yeah, I did find the handle and it hadn't been turned and top stitched. Now it is somewhere in the quagmire of the shambles of the room, so you know, always good. And then the strawberries, the William Morris print, which is also like, where the hell did the handle go? strawberry print and the coffee shop print, which both have their handles, but did not have their zipper pulls. So that was why they're in timeout. But 19 is not bad. We can definitely get that at least done today. All this so we're just going to do the interior seams as I mentioned before. And then we'll go in and do we'll do the turning and the finishing seams over the weekend. Oh, shit. I swear I have had that set to 2025 and I just changed the dates, but oh well, I will go in and we'll fix that later, whatever. Can't we just time travel back to January 2024? I just got back from Florida. It was glorious. Disney World, not Florida. Disney World. Those are two very different. I know it's in Florida, but two very different locations. It always feels like. Fair. No, I swear, I thought that I'd swapped it, but okay, we'll do it later. Good thing I don't have to write checks or anything like that, because hi. Although. Cap problems. Katie's time traveling from 2024. Although that would be I probably didn't stream on this day last year because I've mostly been dating them consecutive based on the dates. But yeah, I bet if you went back and looked, that would be confusing. Oops. Oh well. Hopefully people would figure it out. But yeah, I'll go in and I'll change that after it gets because YouTube will keep all the lives saved, of course, so I'll go in and change the date on it. So thank you for the heads up, because I wouldn't have gone back and done that. I'll have to check the rest that I did too, because I'm 99% sure I did actually post some other lives also with 2024. Whoops. Oh well. Actually, I don't want to go back to 2024. That means I'm further away from my whole trip to Japan. We don't want to go back. Man, the kids. I've definitely been priming them to be excited about Japan, but my goodness, are they ever excited about Japan? Yes. They do not understand what they're getting themselves into, of course. But they're right at that age where Japan will probably act the most formative, which is super exciting. And Dallas is so ready to go back. Poor guy. Because he hasn't been back for, I think he'll have been out of Japan longer than I was between my exchange and when we went for his first trip. I think it's going to be 8 or 9 years. 9 years? 9 years. 8.5. Somewhere in there. I think his last trip was November 2017, so 8.5 years. And even for me, I was 4.5 years between trips because obvious reasons. And it was the changes were insane because of course when I had been there last in early 2018, they were just they had been constructing a lot or doing a lot of construction on the different various train stations, everything like that. But they hadn't really ramped up the Olympics kind of prep yet. Obviously there was a bunch happening, but then between those times that had happened as well, and it was the multilinguality of Tokyo compared to 2018 is insane. That's the one that I marked as probably one of the biggest changes, and some tech changes as well. So QR codes for the JR pass and stuff like that, which was amazing. But it's not unrecognizable, but it's certainly different. There we go. All right, let's go. Dallas was like, next we should start doing new stuff in Japan, and I'm like, yes. So the original plan was that, and actually now we've got a good plan. The original plan for this trip was that I was going to go try to do Kyoto Marathon, but Kyoto Marathon has a 6-hour cutoff, and I would have to run like a perfect marathon right now. No like illness, no injury, no weather conditions that slow me down to be a 6-hour marathoner. So the decision, I swapped marathons the other day, and we're going to do Osaka. But yeah, we were actually chatting about it. It was like, he's like, I want to go up to Sapporo, and I was like, what? I think the like snow festival in Sapporo is like the week, like it's right around when Kyoto Marathon is. So we already kind of had Japan like loosely tagged in for 2028. So I was like, let's go then to Sapporo. Fly, and I think what we'll do is we'll like fly up, and then we'll take the train down, because it's like an 8-hour train ride from Hokkaido, like Sapporo, to Tokyo. So it's a commitment, although it would be really cool. So I was like, let's fly in, and then we can like do as much time up there as we can that side, and then we'll take the train down, and I'll go try to run Kyoto in 2028. Because then we kind of kill two birds with one stone. And that does make Kyoto fall better in like our whole schedule as well, because that was one of the other things, is that basically we'd fly in, land, and then that weekend, so we'd get down to Kyoto on Friday, and that weekend I would run. And I'm like, that's a lot for jet lag. And the kids not knowing what the fuck's going on, and I don't know how they're going to do with the jet lag either. They're also going to be super hyped up, blah, 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 blah. But anyway, yeah, so looking at the dates, I think we'll do that. And I'm going to go for Osaka Marathon, because Osaka Marathon has a 7-hour cutoff, and I 100% can run it. And I had been hesitant about Kyoto a little bit because of the cutoff time, but also it's hilly. Oh my goodness, it's probably as hilly as our stuff. Actually, Calgary Marathon here, even in the foothills of the Rockies, is less elevation change than running Kyoto. And Osaka has like 1 20-meter rise. That's it. And it's over like a couple kilometers. So it's going to be like nothing. It's probably going to be less grade than I run on my regular running route. Or comparable. It'll probably be comparable, because we've got pretty like straightforward, as long as I don't run the actual hill. Anyway, so yeah, so I was like, let's do that then, because he does want to do that. I eventually want to go down to Kyushu, which is basically, Nagasaki is on the Kyushu Islands. Apparently it's extremely friendly down there, which is super cool. I find Kansai can be as well, like especially Osaka. It's a lot friendlier, I find personally, than Tokyo at least. Not that friendly people don't exist everywhere, but I do find the Kansai area like exceptionally friendly. And then eventually Okinawa. But that's like, Okinawa is a completely separate trip. And there's still so much to do around even where we're at that I don't feel that bad. We're basically with the kids going to do like a highlights trip. So, which is good because we've done it before. So it's like if we skip something, it's not like we're missing out. It's all stuff I think the kids will enjoy. If not, we'll enjoy it mostly. Yeah, it's going to be fun. But yeah, I think starting to do new stuff on there. So 28, they'll be like 7 and 8-ish, almost 7 and 8. They'll like, doing new things with them will be more accessible at that point. And they'll understand a bit more, and we'll be able to do a little bit of the like pre-jet lagging, which is what I used to do. So Dallas he doesn't work nights anymore, but when he worked nights, we would try and plan it so that we did it. Well, however, we lucked out in the fact that most of the time the trips would fall on a week after he worked night shift. Actually, and I think if it didn't, he would like swap with someone so that it was. Because yeah, I pre-gamed like 2 trips that way of basically stay up as late as possible before we left. And then you weren't jet lagged when you showed up. You're tired from the flight, but that's it. So it's the way to do it if you have the flexibility in your schedule. I think this time what we'll do, because the kids will be in school right up until we leave, is we'll try and keep them up as late as possible that like last night before we leave. And then try like get a good, hopefully they can sleep on the plane. They'll definitely sleep on the plane better than Dallas or I will, but yeah, because right now it's looking like especially if we take Japan Airlines, obviously, it'll be like, okay, so fly out of Calgary to Vancouver, Vancouver to Tokyo, and then we aren't doing anything. We're going to go to bed. We're actually going to book a hotel at the airport, and then we can do all of our transit the next day in the sunshine, or daylight, hopefully, at least. Maybe not sunshine. But, yeah, and hopefully the kids aren't too cranky. I guess we'll find out. They'll be cranky. It'll be fine. Everything will be fine. But basically you land in like, so with that flight schedule, which I can't remember when JAL lands, but I know that the like Air Canada flight lands at like 4:45-ish, 5 o'clock. So you get like checked in and everything like that, and then you just have dinner and crash into bed basically. And because the other part of this is we're not taking a train. We're not going to be doing like an hour and a half to Vancouver and then a 10-hour flight and then another 2-hour train ride with the kid, 3-hour train ride once you get NEX and Shinkansen in, the bullet train. It's like another 3 hours of transit, you know. Plus I want them to like actually enjoy the ride, because they've been like, I've been showing them videos of the bullet train and everything like that, and like one of our eldest's goals right now is like, that they told me, of course I might have shifted because this was a while ago, but their goal was like, I want to drink milk on the really fast train. And I'm like, I want that goal too. So yeah, I definitely want them to be able to enjoy drinking milk on the bullet train. But we will not be doing like JR passes or anything like that this trip, because the JR pass used to be worth it, even just for what I would do, which was like NEX in and out of Narita, and then the Shinkansen down to Osaka or Kyoto, whichever we were going to, and then back to Tokyo, blah blah blah. But they've like they upped the price so much that unless I was using it basically for a bullet train every day, it's no longer worthwhile. It's like, what the heck? So that's fine. It actually opens up. I figured out the big thing that I was going to miss was like the reservation system, because JR finally introduced a JR pass reservation system, so you could book seats. But there's been people posting about a different reservation system app that I now have, and it looks like it actually works really well. Because my big hesitation there is like, okay, the JR pass might be worth its cost, simply because then I can sit on my phone without having to drag the kids to the station to get our tickets. But because previously, before the website for the JR pass, you had to like actually go to the station and scan it and like get your tickets physically printed out and all of that. But now that I've found the app to actually do it, I think we're going to be golden. Hopefully. If it doesn't work out this time, then we'll get a JR pass next time. Not a big deal. Learning experiences. But yeah, definitely for my solo trips, the JR pass is no longer worth it. So actually, I wonder if you're able to use the JR pass for like, so the train that does go between Tokyo and Hokkaido, speaking of Sapporo and everything like that, we'll circle back to that one, actually has a first class compartment. I wonder if the JR pass covers the first class compartment. And it's like, so, and this is cool. So they always have food trolleys and everything like that. But like, this one is, and even, so, okay, back up, beep, 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 reverse. There are, on the normal trains, 2 sections, one being the regular and one being the green car. We are not going to do green car because of the kids, and we probably wouldn't do first class seats simply because even at that point, they're going to be too young, I think. We'll see. We'll see how they do this first trip. But blah, blah, blah. Besides the point. They always have like food available and everything like that. But this like first class compartment up to Hokkaido actually like serves you a meal. And like, yeah, it's just super fancy. Like, holy crap. I have a feeling for that one, at least we'll book a green car, especially if the kids are a little bit more chill about being on the train. My worry right now is that they're very excited about being on trains. And so I'm like, I do not need them running around like banshees, which we wouldn't let them anyway, but you just kids get excited. I'm like, I don't want them running around just like shrieking because they're so excited. But anyway, if you're going to Japan and you want to go to Hokkaido on the train, or you want to come down from Hokkaido on the train, it's the Gran class, GRAN class, I think is the first class on the Shinkansen. So, you know, have a look. Plus, I'm excited actually. I'll start picking your brains for what you want to actually see out of Japan. Because like I kind of took a lot of footage when I was last there, and a lot of it didn't make anything. What I should do is I should make a B-roll of all the footage I took in May 2023. Yeah, that's what am I doing? That's what I should actually do. I can do a vertical one, and then I can do like a horizontal one, and that can be 2 separate videos. Right there. Bam. Easy. Anyway. But yeah, once we're a little bit closer, I'll find out what you all want to see. I know we're going to do like some snack reactions. Dallas is down for doing that. We'll pick out like a snack each and a beer to share kind of thing. Stuff like that. Because I know food is a big thing. Well, and we're going to be going to the Konbini for snacks every night anyway. So, you know, may as well. All right, we're down to 15 more bags to get sewing. 50 more bags to get sewing. This is been on for an hour and 3/4. I keep forgetting that I was on late because I was messing around with that iron. So I'm like, I'm so behind. But realistically, I needed to mess around with the iron when the kids aren't here because, hi, it's hot. And I don't know if it's working or not. That's okay. If large box bags are all we get done today, well, that's all we get done today. That's okay. Better than nothing. One bag at a time. Onward. So it does look like so far that whole scheme of cutting the box edges before I sew the inseams has worked. I have not turned any of these, so I don't know until I do that. But like they're all been decently even. They all look correct as far as I can tell. So I'm pleased with that. Now, it did feel very tedious doing it before I sewed the inseams, but my goodness, did it ever make the inseams faster. The chain piecing was easier. Like, and the nice thing has been is that as much as I'm griping that it's been a lot of sewing, I haven't had to like, it's just been sewing. I haven't had to do any more prep work. It's like all the prep work was done already. So there is that as well, which is really nice. Now, could the box cutting be speedier? Probably. Will it be? Probably not. But I don't think it took any more time to do it this way than it did the other way either. Whereas it And if it did, it paid that back in the fact that it didn't take as long to sew these end seams. So I'll take that part of it too. And then the other factors of like, okay, so then like now I don't have to open up all those squares or like the cuts that I made, the thread savings, the everything, right? So there's like a lot of factors in deciding if it was worth it or not, and I do think it was worth it. No, I will not be cutting boxes before I sew the zipper in because that just seems like a headache. I will be making a template for myself though, because that is one place where it was a slowdown. Was typically what I would do is I would line the box edge up with the seam, and then just like draw it in or cut it or whatever I was doing. So I will make a template because having to add on the seam allowance really messed up my directionality of it a little bit when I was. Basically, there's an extra ½ inch on one side of it, and sometimes I would put the extra ½ inch on the wrong edge. How? It was such a disrupted boxing session. That's probably why. So, because I was doing it when I was upstairs with the kids and Dallas and video games and all of that. So just, yeah, I gotta make a template for it, and then that'll help, I think, significantly, and just keeping me kind of in the zone as well. Templates are always good. Templates make things so much faster. There's a lot of echoing going on over there. That's interesting. So when I talk towards where all the shelves are right now, probably because it's not a lot of fabric, there is echoing coming back at me. Yay! That gets, okay, yeah, that was just excess fabric there. Cool. Oh man, my rings are spinning. Yeah, I did such a truncated leg weight day today, but am I ever glad I did, because holy crap, it did already affect like spin. I was like, I didn't even do that much. No. So I did leg press, I did prone leg curls, and I did dipping birds. I just realized I should have done my calf raises, but oh well. I was like, again, it was one of those situations of like, okay, 20 minutes, 25 minutes is better than no minutes. So. Plus I knew I was going to go to spin too, so I'm like, that is a massive leg workout in a different way than running, because it's a lot more of quad and actually calf work as well. That's how I could tell that I had worked out, because that's what was weak. I was like, yay. That's also like, I don't have any other days to do a leg day this week, because it's like tomorrow's a 5K, which is the normal training run. When did that happen? And then the program wants me to do a marathon pace run on Sunday, which is actually a little bit higher than I'm comfortable with right now, and that's okay, but like, ugh. And then it wants me to do a long run on Monday, and I'm like, how? We need to have a chat about this. A long run on Monday being 9 miles. I think it's also like it is a little bit shorter with the, no it's not. Wait. No it's not. I was like, I think it's a little bit shorter than the base run tomorrow for the marathon pace, but no. It's a 5 mile. So it's like 3 miles tomorrow, 5 miles on Sunday, and then 9 miles on Monday. I'm like, oh well, I've got beer. Well, that's the bribe for Monday, is it's like, because it's another long run day, I get another beer. Wednesdays was an experimental beer, and then Mondays is one that I really enjoyed, so there we go. Had it before, so I even know what's waiting for me at the end. And then maybe what I'll do is I'll queue up a bunch of studio organization videos on YouTube or something. I did finish the Nevernight Chronicles, by the way. So this is a trilogy by Jay Kristoff that I've been reading the past 2 weeks maybe, because the library had all the books in at once. There was no hold period, so I was just like boom boom boom, 60 hours of audiobooks so I can get a lot of this organization done and work done when the kids were home and blah blah blah, and I wasn't streaming anyway. Really good, totally predicted it, that it was like right when I was like sitting down and I was like, I feel like something bad's going to happen and I do not trust this author, and then all the bad things happened. It has a very satisfying end though, so don't let that like dissuade you from reading it. Yeah, it was really good. Really very much enjoyed it. Now I'm listening to Hex Appeal. I do not even know the author. It's meh. I don't know. It's wild because I was actually expecting a higher spice level, and it does have like open door sex scenes, but they are not explicit. So I'm like, okay, I thought that's what it was like more of that contemporary like smut romance, but it is not. So it's just, there's a little bit of that. I don't know if I actually like the characters. But I've only got an hour left, so we're just gonna strap in and finish it up at this point, because I'm like, I can spend another hour. I do know what, I haven't even touched the second book yet. I hope you enjoyed them though. I also haven't touched the Onyx Storm for book club either. So that's, I think I've got one more book on the Book Eaters is what I have right now, and I do really want to listen to that one. So that's another good cleaning one. And then I think, yeah, and then I just need to sit down and actually get through Onyx Storm. And then, yeah, maybe I'll go into Empire. Do I need to, like, I feel like it's one of those situations though where I almost should just wait until it's finished, because he is finishing up writing the third right now. And I'm like, maybe I should just wait. And like, so I can just read them all at once, because I feel like right now I probably need to go back and actually reread Empire of the Damned first before whatever the second book is. Which I'm like, damn it. Did I read? Oh, right, I did. I was like, did I read the first one or did I listen to it on audiobook? I have the audiobook, but I have not listened to the audiobook. I read it because that book came out right before I broke my ankle. That's right. So I read it while I was like, because the kids were like very much still co-sleeping at that point. And we had the bed downstairs and there was no way I was getting them upstairs with a broken ankle. Basically what that meant is that my bedtime was their bedtime was mine. But I stayed up and read Empire of the Vampire instead. In bed with my broken ankle. So that was over 3 years ago now. So yeah, I probably should reread. Damn it. Actually, I wonder when the third one is coming out, because it might be good to like reread the first and then slowly read the second, like just kind of as I can, and then I'd be ready for the third. Who knows? But anyway, the book that Andrea is talking about is The Empire of the Vampire, which is also by Jake Kristoff. And the second of the trilogy is out. He is currently working on the third of the trilogy. And so far seems to have remained an unproblematic author. I hope. I haven't heard otherwise. So... But he's done a lot of, not a lot, but he has done YA before with Amy Kaufman, who I've really enjoyed. Some of her dual author with him, and she's also dual authored with, co-authored with Megan Spooner as well, and they've written some YA together. That was so good. So good. It was actually interesting. I saw like, so there's so many people who are like so against the like romantasy, I guess is the description we're using now, where it's like the focus is the romance, but there is fantasy elements. So like the good examples of that being, well, even ACOTAR I would put in the fantasy genre with smut. Like, there's no way around that one. But yeah, they were like just saying it's like a lot of women have always loved fantasy and written it, but it's been like denigrated, and everything like that, so that it's like and infantilized basically until they started putting so much smut in it, and now they're like all up in arms because it's like, oh no, it's totally an adult book, not a book for kids, which is a whole nother discussion about with the whole why are so many YA authors and middle school or middle grade authors and all of that women, and then why when we move in, or when a lot of women authors move into the like adult space, why anyway, that's a whole nother discussion. But yeah, it's been interesting, although at the same time the romance genre is the best-selling genre of all. So anyway, if you're looking for some good spice, and also LGBTQ characters and like a lot more representation and such, more diverse cast and dynamic relationships, which I think is also a good point, is that a lot of these books still sway towards the strong female character. I am independent and need no one. It's like, but that's boring. At least for me. I like dynamic female characters, which is another factor. Dynamic being that it's not like, yeah, like there's growth, character growth. Anyway, that one is Katie Roberts. Roberts, I think there's an S on the end. Katee. And she really shot to fame with Neon Gods. But she's also got another series of like fairy tale ones. Neon Gods is part of Dark Olympus. And then I cannot remember what the fairy tale one is part of, but I think that series is completed. And she's just finishing up on the Dark Olympus series, and my goodness. If you are looking for like well done spicy scenes, there you go. And not fantasy. She's definitely got monster ones that are, if you're into that as well. If you want your dragon fantasy smut to go beyond it being dragon riders. These are literal dragon riders. What is it? The Dragon's Sacrifice and Dragon's Promise and the Kraken's Sacrifice. I'm not 100% sure. It's been a while since I read them. But yeah, we were discussing Fourth Wing in book club the other night, and that is what popped into my head. Fourth Wing and Iron Storm, yeah. Anyway, the next one will be Onyx Storm, so it's done for book club. And then, yeah, I think Empire is it's the next good option. Problem being that with the run schedule now, I'm not walking as much on the treadmill. So it's like I lost my reading time because that's where I was reading the most. I was like, damn it. Gotta carve it back out. And I don't know where I'm going to carve it back out, especially heading into show season. I'm like, no. It's like, it's temporary. It's only till May. Actually, only until like really mid-April, because April 14th is the longest and the longest run. I actually only go up to 19 miles with this program. A full marathon is 26.2. So it's like just over 32K, which I have heard someone's good way to like break it up though is the rules of 3. So it's like what was it? Lots of people break it up into like 4 10Ks plus a little bit, but what was it? It was 3 and then a 10K. Oh, 3 10-milers and a 10K was the breakup that they did, and I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. If you're like Katie, you're Canadian and you're talking in miles. Yes, because my treadmill is in miles per hour, and it's just so much easier to do the speed conversions in miles per hour versus like trying to figure out exactly where the kilometers fall. And I train in miles because then it's shorter. 10K is only 6 miles, and 6 miles sounds way more achievable than 10K. Running is mostly a mental game. And then when I race in kilometers, which does mess up a little bit because it's like, well, all my pacing is like in miles, and I know what my pace is in miles. But running it in kilometers means that I get a little celebration every time I go past a kilometer, which is way sooner than you go past a mile. I think actually this time I'm going to keep my watch in miles, because then I can keep it on the pace that I know I need to make. And then I'll just do little celebrations at every kilometer, basically. I think that's the way I'll do it. Because again, 26.2 miles is way more achievable than 42.2K. 42.195, in fact. Right, so, like I said, it's all mental games. Actually, I wonder if I've got Empire on... I know I've got the first book in audiobook form. I wonder if I bought the second book in audiobook form. Because honestly, that would be the way to listen to it, is while I'm doing my long runs. Just chip away at every like long run. Because we started at 8 miles and we're going up pretty rapidly. Because I did find with the last few runs that I did while training for Canmore, which was a half, listening to an audiobook was actually like really good. It kept my heart rate lower because I didn't have like the adrenaline of the music, changing tempo and stuff like that. I didn't have to revamp my like playlist because with extra music, because I was going out for so much longer. There's a lot of benefits to it. Basically just went and ran for like... Bye, Deb. Have a good day. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, but basically going out for like a 3.5 hour run and just like listening to the book. Boom, boom, boom. It was good. Maybe that's what I should do with Empire, because Empire I think is 20 hours. The first one at least. I don't know what Empire of the Damned is though, because it's like quite a bit smaller. So I guess we'll figure it out. I don't even know where it's available either. If it's available through the library, maybe I'll try and get it through there. Alright, I'm going to finish this one, and then it is washroom break time. I think we're down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 9. So this is the 10th out of 10 bags. Woohoo! Single digits after this. We've got it. We've got it. And then, yeah, I was actually kind of hung up on the traveler slings because I was like, wait, we're going to have to swap the thread out to do the straps. But since we put the straps in at the end, more or less, we can sew all the exteriors and then finish the straps. Yes. Okay. The other benefit actually to having done the box and then having the back stitching on all of these is I don't have to worry about any of these opening up, which is very nice. Love it. Okay. Ooh, yeah, I'm gonna have to like hang a curtain or something like that because it's just like it is reverbing back at me really tough. Washroom, and then we'll come finish the last 9 bags. Yes, and then we'll move on to the traveler slings, I think, because it's like 10 to 3. That's not bad. We can do it. We can do it. I can do it. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Okay, we're back. Let's get her done. 9 more single digits. I like being in the single digits. Satisfying. Alright, those back in there because we're not going to use them anymore. That's the last one for the cotton linen. Then we're going to put this under here. And then we're going to sew the bag. This is going to be better once I actually have the overhead lights back as well. That's one of the things that Dawson will do when he's home. So those two like light bars will go over top of us right here again too. So that's going to help a lot with like hopefully balancing the light a little bit too, because I am seeing that's looks a little bit dark on my side. Although you saw the other day that honestly having the sunshine come in meant that it was like blindingly bright on the screen. So that is one thing, is I do think that this is going to be a little bit harder to balance the lighting on, but I'm pretty happy with it. Good. Okay. Alright, so this is the sloths with the lemons on kind of that pink lemonade color. That's what I call it anyway, because it's kind of like a yellowy pink in the background. So with the lemons and the pink and everything like that, it's a good color name. Dum, 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 dum. That didn't sound good. That sounded like a bobbin running out again, maybe. Or getting broken. Nope. Never mind. We're all good. Probably should swap it. Actually, yeah. Well, unless something happens where I need to change it before, we'll swap the needle out at end of day today. Because it'll definitely be at like the 8-hour point. Ish. We probably pushed it again, but that's okay. It's all good. I'm not noticing like any like dragging or anything like that yet, so we should be good. Okay, and then last interior seam. So that is, this will be 8 bags left. As discussed, 64 seams. Although actually 8 of them don't get finished because we leave the one turning seam. So 56-ish seams. No! Okay. Oh, of course it was the cotton linen tag. Damn it. I like flooped the bag a little bit too much. So let's actually put the handle on top of that. And then we're going to put it with the bag that's actually going to go with. There. And then you don't have to worry about it flying off the desk again. Alright, go. I just realized 2 upgrades they are upgrades. 2 things to maybe do to the cutting table is when we move it out, because I'm like, okay, so we got a few conundrums that need to be solved. One of them being all the bolts for like the bolts that are still bolts, the pockets and such. I just realized if I put a tension rod on one end, we can like prop it against the tension rod. Because what actually popped into my head was that we also need to store patterns. And I was like, well, I'll put them in the closet. But that's, again, defeats the purpose of having everything kind of workflow in here. So if I put a tension rod and hung patterns on the skirt hangers, problem solved. But yeah, a tension rod to hold the bolts in would also be good, because then it wouldn't like instantly floop out of the sewing table if they get bumped or something stupid. Dun dun dun. So maybe we'll try that. Plus tension rods are cheap to try that with without like feeling guilty. Alright, so the next thing I'm putting out into the universe is a second-hand cylinder arm walking foot sewing machine. That's the last kind of piece of equipment we're looking for right now. And I'm not desperate for it, but the benefits to it would be sewing those kato and like doing the top stitching and the Sheena. It would make it far easier to sew the Sheena because it's a curved bed. So I think it would actually be easier. Maybe not. I might be lying to myself. I know it would be a lot easier for the kato top stitching though. Because like the flatbed works. I've got the system down. But what it is it's this, and then it's just an arm. Like a tube arm. So stuff that's round can just go around the arm. Almost like a domestic with its like with the base underneath the arm removed. But the problem is I don't want to top stitch on my domestic because it takes so long. Plus it is not the same quality of stitching. So now the conundrum will then become, where do I put it? But that is a bridge we'll cross when we get to it. It'll be fine. There is one for sale out in Vancouver right now, and I'm like, it's so tempting. It's even got the walking foot and everything like that, which would make life even easier, because it would just deal with more fabrics. But it's also like more than I want to invest right now. That's the problem. Although it is, it's going to be an investment no matter when I buy it. So it's like, damn it. Hello, you are done. Okay. Get you back there. I do have room for one more machine along this window if I took this desk out. So there is that. To move the desk behind me. One of the desks behind me. And we could put a machine. Actually, I'd probably put it against this wall that this deep desk is against right now. Although I guess that defeats the purpose of the workflow. So yeah, just go on that wall and we'd have no desk here. And the serger would just go up and down as needed. It's probably more or less what it's going to do right now anyway, even though it's set up right now. Oh yeah, we should also do the cat. I got to revamp my whip box because we've got the drawstring bags to finish up too. And they're like this close to being ready, like done. So they should also be moved up on the priority list probably. Maybe we'll do that. I don't know. It's so windy outside. Gross. There's like a patch of bright blue, but we're surrounded by clouds right now. Bring the snow! Come in, snow! We need snow. I want to take my kids sledding. Eventually, right? Okay. Put this in. Do that. Drop that in. Lift. Actually, the other priority this summer should be to, or in the next maybe couple weeks, is to get this needle synchronizer also synced back up to needle up position, because that has never been the same since I had to remove it, do the thread removal. So, rather than having to do that like half crank every time I like take it off sort of thing, right? All right, frogs is one of the old whips we're getting out of here, or finished up, wrapped up, whatever you want to call it. There's been a few. The cacti actually were as well. The mod sakura. The bunnies aren't super old, but they are on the older side. So we're getting, yeah, we definitely are left with less whips than we started with. Oh yeah, the popcorn cats, you know, just a few things. So yes, there are a few whips that are remaining in the bin, but that is all right by me. They'll get thrown in probably this time next year. Shh, they're not gonna go bad. Actually, they might be. They'll probably be thrown in before the fall so that they're ready for Knit City. Just not in this section of prep for Knit City. And if you're like, Katie, you're already prepping for Knit City? Yes, technically I'm prepping for Knit City all year long. Because anything that doesn't sell here gets pulled over to the next show and the next show and the next show. Just rotating stock. I need to write down what we're doing for cuts next. I know Kato is next, but we do also need some tote bags. So it's like, and I guess we are going to reabsorb the market spot stock at the end of February. So that will actually help quite a bit too, because that's 9 to 10 tote bags. Well, it depends, I guess, on what sells in the next month. So there's that factor. Yeah. And also whatever Caroline picks up, if anything. And I should also email Paula and be like, all right, lady. Obviously not that way. But just be like, are we doing custom order, or are you shopping are you just going to shop the booth? Either is fine with me, but I need to know now, unfortunately. Well, fortunately for us both. Maybe unfortunately for your pocketbook, I'm not sure. Okay, clip, clip. And then one more seam on the inside. So what was this, 8 of 8? It should be down to 7 now. Yay. Oh yeah, the last admin task I need to do is actually email the youngsters soccer club. Because it looks like the kids can start doing unparented soccer, because I did not want to do parented soccer. But it looks like they can do unparented. But I gotta just double check on the age range that the eldest goes into, because they'll turn 5 in the middle of the spring session. So I'm like, which one do I sign them up for? Because it's like U4, U5, U6, I think. I don't even know how this works, so I just gotta email them and find out. But it is something I need to do fairly rapidly. Because I think, so we were both looking at it, and the eldest is doing really well in gymnastics and enjoying it. I don't think they're enjoying it as much as dance so far, though. But the youngest is getting bored with it. I cannot tell, though, with the youngest if they'll do better with like an unparented class, maybe. Because right now we're in a class where it's like the age range is, they are like one of the oldest kids there and have done it the most, probably. Whereas some of these other kids are like on the low end of that age range. And so this is like one of their first encounters with it. There's a lot of new kids. So like the last class, there was a lot of repeats. So they're kind of able to do like, well, you've already got a lot of the base established. And so you can do like a little bit different work. Anyway, they did better this week, which is good. But we're both looking at it like, okay, they need something different. We do still want them to do gymnastics as much as possible, just for like strength and balance and everything like that. But I think it's time to find something else for the younger to do. So soccer will probably be one of the things we try. We'll see if they enjoy it. See if I enjoy staying out there. We have already agreed, never hockey. I do not want to be driving in the wintertime. Again, the last few years, roads have been whatever, but it's like, that's also just a commitment of so much time on the weekends, especially when we have such limited time with Dallas home as well. And those hockey kids can be pretty fucking horrendous. So I just don't want them in that environment. I don't know if soccer's much better, but it's worth a try, so. Plus, I can't skate for the life of me. I think I've discussed this before and fairly recently, but it's like as soon as I get on the ice, it's like, well, there's your knees bruised for the next 2 to 3 weeks. Good luck. We did revamp the kids' schedule. So we discussed this before. Like, we're going to do the summer camps. I was trying to find other summer camps, but they're still so young that it's just like, it is hard to find anything full day for their age range. So there are some camps in Calgary starting next year. So that's something that I'll look at for next year through like the Canada Olympic Park area, which is super cool. So they do like, they have hockey camp, or they have like bike camp, or a bunch of other things. Now, it would be like transit time, but like whatever sort of thing. Be something different. So I think we'll look towards that next year when they can both be in it, because they'll be the right age for it. So anyway, but yeah, we're chatting about it. We're gonna do like a week on when Dallas is at work. And then we'll do the week off that Dallas is home, and then it's like, then we can go out like hiking and doing other stuff than camp, basically. And then we're going to revamp the schedule next year, because kindergarten is paid for, kind of, mostly. Like, we have an admin payment that also covers all their field trips and everything like that. So that's good. So I looked at Dallas and I'm like, okay, so then we're going to revamp their schedule so that I can kind of do a full-time run next year. And basically what will end up happening is then they'll be in kindergarten, and we'll do like long weekends on the weekends that Dallas is home. So have like Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday off. And then we'll figure out what we're doing for summer camp next year, which, like I said, it'll probably be something now in the city. There's a bunch that's like the youngest would absolutely adore doing right now, but they're like 2 to 3 years too young. So they're really into robots. So like a robotics camp or something like that would be super cool, but they're like 2 years too young. So, damn it. Of course. So hopefully they're still interested in like robots in a few years. I feel like they will be. So into robots. They keep asking us, like, Mama, are you into do you like robots? And I'm like, yes. Not as much as you, but I like robots. And my God, though, the arguments we're getting into right now, like, what melts and what doesn't melt and when does it melt and like how does it melt, and not arguments, just like a little bit, because it's like, well, actually, and it's like, no. No, that's not how it works, child. Oh well. It's good. They're questioning and pushing. The one that gets mine is like the consistent, like, Mama, what? Mama, what? I know it's partly, it's like filling their power box, I think is the main thing, right? Like, it is attention and stuff like that. So there's that. So it's like, okay. The one that really gets my gall, though, is it's like we've literally just answered the question and we get asked the exact same question. Or we've just answered the same question for the eldest, and then the youngest asks the exact same question. It's like, or vice versa, actually. The eldest isn't quite as bad for it, but they definitely do it too, occasionally. So it's like, guys, we just answered that question. Or like the very obvious ones that they know. It's like, what's blue and red? And it's like, it's purple. What's blue and red? What's, yeah. Ah. And some days it's easier than others, obviously. We know that as parents. Some days are easier than others. Yeah, the one that definitely gets me is it's like, we just answered that question not even 10 seconds ago. If it's a variation on that question, not a big deal. Dallas told me that that's what he used to do as a kid a lot, is like variations on a question. But they'd sound very similar. But these are like flat out just the same question. What's blue and red? What's 5 plus 1? You just answered that. So. It's one other thing is I gotta figure out where we're setting up the domestic machine for the youngest so that they can like sit with me and sew if they want. I guess their desks are movable enough that when we want to do it, I'll just move their desk out here. That's what we'll do. I'm not gonna worry about like a permanent station, although that would be really fucking cute. The thing is that if they're going to use it, then I can't decide if I'm going to get them to do it with like a hand on the foot pedal. If they sit at like a proper desk, they have to have a hand on the foot pedal because they won't be able to reach the floor. But if I was to set it up on a desk at their height, they'd be able to reach the floor. So now I'm like, how do you do this? It has to be out here because it's like I have to be able to supervise them on some level. Yeah, just move their desk back and forth. If they get really into it, then I'll invest in another desk that just stays, like, can stay out here. That's what we'll do. I got them some really good ones, secondhand, again, as per usual, from IKEA that are, like, should work for at least up until about grade 4 or 5. Because they're basically like adjustable desks. So they start out as a toddler desk and then you can like lengthen the legs as they grow. It's actually a really cool system. So I'm hoping that it lasts them for a while. And then we'll figure out what they need. Because I feel like that grade 5 point is kind of that transition point. Grade 4, grade 5, where you start needing to do like a little bit more work probably online and stuff like that. So we'll figure out what kind of has to be the setup again then. And that is what's nice about this room now is we can like change it up as needed. There's enough room in there for like computer desks, whatever we need to do. So. All right. Flip. Did I sew the... Yeah, tag's in. Tag is in. I was like, wait. Did we sew the tag in? We've sewn the tag in. The mic goer facing... There's their heads. So we're going to make them so that they sit this direction. Proper. And so this has to go in this way. I can see the end. We've got 1, 2, 3, and 4. Ha ha ha. Am I over large box bags? A little bit. I know we could have interspersed some other bags, but it's also kind of nice to just be, again, it's like I am so torn about this production method, because as much as I like the variety, it has also been really nice to just sit down and just know what I'm sewing and like know that I have 2 to 3 weeks of whatever I'm working on to get done, right? But my brain is also like, okay, so the next thing. Novelty. It's like, no, get this done. I think it's a good compromise not turning and doing the finishing seams though. I think scratching the itch of the traveler sling is going to be a good idea. By the way, you're still totally on top of the Eggo box. When the Eggo box fails, I will get a proper like monitor stand or something like that. I was actually thinking about I should probably look at a proper monitor stand anyway, because then I could pop the little, like I've got those slanty stationary bins that I keep a lot of my tools in, that are like directly related to here, but I don't want them sitting on this desk. So like monitor prop for that stuff would be nice. Then it could sit beside the laptop. But for now, cardboard box, reduce and reuse, and that's where we're at right now. Also, I don't want to spend the money on a monitor stand, so it's working. Could there be an improvement? Yes. Is it broken? No. Oh yeah, and then I've got the Crafter's Bane. So I don't know. I don't know if you've ever owned a craft tower. If you've ever owned a craft tower, you probably know what I'm talking about. It's like so useful until it's not. And so it's like I've inherited mine even. And actually I do have a really good, like they hold all the kids' markers and everything upstairs. So the one upstairs is being used very well. But the one down here is kind of floated around and held different things and everything like that. Actually, I should see if if these hardware bins would fit in there, because I do think we're going to run out of space for them in the Alex. So if they fit in there, then that's actually perfect. But for now, it's like, what do I do with you? Because it's like, they're also such an awkward size. Like none of them are set up to take the scrapbooking paper. None of them. It's like, you have so many scrapbookers, and these would be perfect carts for them, and you don't make the drawers big enough. They're barely big enough for an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper. Like, you can make 12 by 12 boxes, but you can't make 12 by 12 drawers. Okay, sweet, cool. Or like 12 by 14, so you have like the lip gap, right? So you could actually just put everything in. I guess maybe the molds are like, it must be the mold expense or something like that, like the plastic mold expense. But I'm like, you would have such a good market there, because everything is just slightly too small. Even the Recollections cart, who is like the people who make the majority of the paper for Michael's now, doesn't fit 12 by 12 paper. And it's like, what are you guys doing? Anyway, random gripe of the day. But yeah, so now I've got this, like, it's actually sitting back here, and I do not know what I'm going to use it for. I think what I will do first is I'll see if some more of these, like, bins fit in there, maybe, like I said. Or if, like, maybe some of the flat bins fit in there. I don't know yet. Like I said, it's changed because, so I originally went hard on the up. Obviously, you want to use a vertical space. But I also went hard on it because the kids were so little when we moved in. And I was saying at the studio that they were just into everything. Now, they still get into everything, but again, there's less concern of them eating stuff, like rivets. Oh, I should not test my luck there, knock on wood. Please don't let them eat rivets. But it's also like getting into stuff and scattering it all over Hell's Half Acre in the studio as well. But yeah, I think it will be a little bit better now. I hope it is. They definitely understand a little bit better what goes on down here most of the time. Some days, maybe. You're like, Katie, that all sounds like wishful thinking. That's because it kind of is still. Anyway. But yeah, I think the drawers will work better for the hardware now. Also because part of this is that these were cheap bins and a cheap slat hanger. And so it was like they were starting to bend. And I was kind of looking at it as I like added more weight to it. And I'm like, let's not damage any of you. So... what I should look into is what kind of fits into the little bit deeper Alex drawers and figure out if there's a system where like I could stack, as there's definitely a system where you could stack boxes on top of boxes. So that's the sort of thing I need to take advantage of now. And then once we're kind of down to the dregs of the closed end zippers, we can also take over that rolling cart for zippers as well. Because a few things are going to remain in the actual cutting studio. So I think the zipper, I've got that shoe organizer for the number 5 zippers. I think that's going to stay on the back in there. Oh, shit. Never mind. I'm losing that door because we're going to take it off. Oh, fuck. Where am I going to... We're going to put the doors back on the closet. So we'll put them on the back of the closet door. There we go. I've got so much extra storage now. Why don't I... Yeah. Okay. Got a couple options. We could use the shoe organizer and we could put it on the back of the closet door, which is a very valid option. It does, however, take up a lot of room, so I might not have space between the door. I think of it. But now I have actually gained a lot of storage space again, so I wonder if I should just put it in a bin and say Bob's your uncle and put it on the shelf. That might be the better option. I gotta figure out if I'm boxing the, like putting the Poly Pro into a box yet or not either. Because, yeah, everything has to be boxed to be out here. I think we're just gonna box it. I don't think we're going to do doors. The comic book board inserts actually work really well in the box. So I'm like, okay, be cheaper because I've got a lot of the boxes anyway. And they're like $5 a piece if I need to get more. So it's... oh no. And with this fabric stock as it is right now, I don't need as many boxes as I have right now even, so. And it's kind of cool because then it's like a little library catalog drawers almost. So I think what I do need to do is I probably should go in and we'll theme the boxes and I'll get some of those like clip-on, just like write-on clips for the actual boxes. Alice is like, just write on the box with chalk. And I'm like, just get some little like clip things. That'll actually be easier to redo as I need. So that's where I think I'm kind of at with it. And if it needs to change later, we'll change it later. Not a big deal. We'll live in the space for a little bit and figure shit out because... obviously, we've been here for almost 3 years and I'm still figuring it out. Yay! Ooh. Oh well. Everything's a learning curve. But we've only got 3:30, which means we can have about, I don't know, we'll finish at like 3:45-ish for these guys, maybe a little bit less. And then we can pull up the pattern and we can sew some traveler slings. Yay! Because they're on top of the bin under this bin. I am not opening up the ones that need to be seam ripped. That is also a task that I will do when the children are home this weekend. Or tonight. Are we coming downstairs tonight? I feel like we should come downstairs tonight. Maybe? I don't know. Hang out. Come downstairs. Don't know. Ooh. We gotta go into the city for our vaccine, so maybe we will go to the zoo tomorrow. Depending on the weather. Ugh. Damn weather. It's so hard to predict right now because it's like there isn't snow on the ground, but with the wind, it's been nasty. And then it's like, and it's also, it's saying it's -3. Feels like -16 still. So it's supposed to only be -2 tomorrow, and then plus in the positive next week. What are the conditions tomorrow? Sunny tomorrow. Okay, so that changes it a bit. Today it's just like cloudy. Yeah, it's supposed to be sunny most of the week. Nice. What's Calgary? That's Cochrane. -3 and windy right now. Actually, it's supposed to be nicer in Calgary tomorrow than even here. Sunny. Yeah, okay. We'll figure it out tomorrow. Distracted. Surprise. No surprises here. Oh, apparently I should have made myself I always say this. I don't know why. I don't just default to making myself that pot of coffee in the afternoon. When I have to go pee after lunch, I should just make the pot of coffee. I always regret not making the pot of coffee. What time is it though? 3:30? Yeah, it's a little bit too late. It's like 2:30 to 3 is a good time to make it, because then it's like you drink it between like 3 and 4. And I can't go past 4 for coffee, but I will drink my caffeinated beverage that's down here, just not the same. The best solution right now would be a nap, but no, not today. All right. Last seam on the third last bag, and then we're going to put all of the, actually, yeah, we can start putting the whips, these guys that are like here, back into the bin for turning this weekend. So let's actually just do that now so they don't all fall over. Boom. Yay. Yay. Oh, and then the whips that don't have handles should have been all at the bottom, but okay. Woo. You can go in the middle. One just fell on the floor despite my like not best efforts. Oh no. All right. And if that would not come across in the closed captioning, that was sarcasm. I was being sarcastic about not my best efforts, because it was not my best efforts. Oh, okay. Traveler sling, right? Should we do the traveler sling, or should we actually do the reversible drawstrings? No, traveler slings. I keep talking about the traveler slings. Let's do the traveler slings. Traveler slings. Traveler slings. Ooh, or the obi bags. The kato. Damn it. What did the kato? Oh, the kato needs tabs and D-rings. And since I only know where one is, we can only complete one. So should I finish one of the kato? Yes. What kind of question is that? My God, of course I should finish one of the kato. The one kato that can be finished. The kato to change to Cusco. Oh boy. All right, here we go. Second last bag for interior seams. Boom, 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 boom. underneath and over. Whew. My hands have gotten cold. Probably could use a proper long sleeve layer under the hoodie. I'm still just in like my workout tank, which it's okay, but my arms are not covered, so that's probably why I'm cold. Okay. Actually, I think I threw the OB piece for the other half of the Kato bag into... I probably put it into one of the passport boxes. I wonder if it's right on top of the cutting table. I'm not going to look for it. We'll finish the other one first. So I'm not going to look for it, but I bet you I can find it pretty fast so we can finish that on Monday too. That would be good. Because those have been how long have those been percolating? Late last year maybe? Maybe, I don't remember. Does it matter? Not really. Whew, that's an intense blue cloud. My God, my windows are dirty. They need a wash. Gross. But it's too cold right now. Also, like, how can I leverage having a hose in the backyard to clean my windows? And they need a proper scrub because it's like, it is actual like dirt caked on the windows right now, not just like water stains, but clotting. Who knows? I'll figure it out before the summer because that's when it'll be. Well, I guess maybe for like May. Yeah, May feels like a good month to clean the windows at some point, right? So. Oh, that's why I'm cold. The furnace just kicked on again. Not just in my head. All right, last large box to do all the boxing on. And then, yeah, we'll go in and we'll do the Kato here that I see. Mostly, it will not be completely finished. We'll get the exterior smashed together with the interior, though, because then the exterior and the interior need black top stitching, which we'll do when we are sewing the straps. For the Kato, they're again black straps. Or do I want... Oh, my God. I'm like all over the place. Do I want to do that, or do I just want to... No. We'll wait until we find the other half piece, and we'll just focus in on the traveler slings today. Because I'm just also thinking, I'm like, I still need to prep pull tabs or like D-ring tabs for them and stuff like that. So we'll chill on them. They are sitting there taunting me, so don't worry. They'll go on the machine on Monday, I'm sure. But yeah, waiting on them for over the weekend is perfectly fine. They've waited this long, they can wait the weekend. Although I guess I also need to track... Oh no, we're gonna have to track down all of the cotton for the traveler slings and everything like that too. Right. Okay, that should actually be right here, I think. Oh no, the bins are scattered. They might be over there on top of that. They're either on top of the dresser here or they're over like chilling on the calyx over there waiting. Which I guess actually means that I can pull some over here and put them on the desk, because that will be one of the big organization things this weekend, is getting all the hardware into the drawer in a fashion that like also like, oh my goodness, capitalizes on the space available. Yeah, that's the best description. It's like my mental clock is all out of whack right now. Internal clock, because of the light change. It's like it's already 3:40. Holy crap! I guess I was, like I said, on later than I anticipated today, but rotary iron. I have to find out what we're gonna do with that bookshelf in there because it's actually my father-in-law's. And honestly, we probably could still use a bookshelf. Maybe we just need to move it over into the corner. Out of it can't stay where it is right now, but I wonder if it just needs to move into the corner. And then that's where I can put all my knitting magazines, which would clear up the calyx. There we go. And then, yeah, I think I just figured out the solution. Sweet. And then actually use it as like a bookshelf too. And then that's where all the animorphs and everything that I have in the storage space can go as well. Because like I'm like, I don't want to get rid of those yet until the kids have a chance to like explore that series if they want. There we go. Sweet. And then there's like some of the manga and stuff like that I brought back from Japan, and like Japanese textbooks, which like do go bad a little bit, but not insanely fast. Stuff like that. All right. There's the large box bags to a point where yeah, whatever. Gonna ignore them now. So I'm not gonna open up stuff like this guy that needs to have its base redone. Basically what happened is it's like gapped right here. Oops. So not all the layers got caught. So we're not gonna seam rip anything. Mostly because I'm also approaching this and like I don't know yet how we're gonna seam rip it because of it was closed in with fold over elastic. And I'm kind of like, that is going to be such a pain in the ass to take out. Especially because it's already cranky about even getting pulled out of the bag. I really hope. Is this one of the ones that we had to do multiple stitch lines on too? Yeah. Damn it. Okay, so that is we're going to pop that on top of the large box bags because it needs more TLC than I can give it. And then there's this one, which the problem here is I was dumb. And this is the opening, and it is still open to the exterior as well. I guess what I could do here is I could actually just stitch that down right there, and then that would solve the problem mostly. But honestly, I ended up putting the back portion or the interior portion on at the wrong time. So, also going over there. There are a couple kato to finish that are custom orders. Those are just going to kind of chill up there until after. What the fuck are you? Why are you only partially finished, my dear? What is going on? Okay, anything that is only partially finished like this is not also going to get finished today. We have a Snow White bag that is nearly done, but it is a tote bag, so we're also ignoring it. We're just doing stuff that's like already basically ready to go. That's where I'm at. And I've also got a piece of the fan fabric here, and I do not understand why. That needs to go in and actually become kato. So this is whips, I guess. I don't even know what to qualify that as. And where are we now? So we've got all these exteriors ready. So I think we're at the point where we're going to start assembling foam pockets. So we'll sew the foam pockets on, and then we're going to swap back to black for the top stitching, because these are all black top stitches. This was before I figured out the filament and everything like that. Here, I'm gonna zoom you in a little bit so you can actually see what the hell I'm talking about. You're probably like up there like, what do you mean, Katie? What are you talking about? All right, we're gonna turn the exposure up because that's where you need it, and then I'm gonna turn the brightness down there, and then we're gonna zoom you in, I think. So that's a little bit like closer in on what the hell I'm talking about. Yeah, there we go. Now you can actually see my sewing desk a bit better. Actually, if I went to 78, sorry. I really hope you guys are not like motion sick. There. And then zoom out just a tick. 2 ticks, maybe. Yeah. And you're focused more in on like the actual sewing head than anything else. Sweet. So there's all the, no, there's still a couple more. One more. There's all the exteriors. Good. And then we're at the point of putting in foam pockets. So there's that one for the butterflies down here. Okay, so I need the leather and I need those bands of leather bands of stabilizer, right? And the other thing, what is the other thing, you may ask? I don't remember. What was I talking about just a few minutes ago that we needed for these? You're like, Katie, we are not your external hard drive. I know, I'm sorry, but I was literally just talking about them and now it's like gone. Oh, wait. Boom, 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 boom. That is not the package. No. This is the package for that one. For the parasol. Okay. Clip these all back together. Yeah, we need, oh right, we need the, we'll need the D-rings and the D-ring tabs. Okay, that's for this one. D-rings and D-ring tabs, and then the other things, whatever the hell they are. Okay, that's the nuclear floral. This is this floral. There's such similar color palettes. Holy. Okay. Where's the okay, nuclear floral is down here. Good. Yeah, some of these still need their like interior pockets sewn together. So we just need that bin of tabs and everything like that, I think is the big thing. Okay, there's poppies. Nice thing is that these are still pretty much in order, so that's good. We're pretty organized with these guys. This red one's probably on the bottom because there's the hexagons. It looks like, yeah, the only one that really got mixed in is this like brocade mauve. Okay. So yeah, I gotta go find the bin of the shit for finishing these. And then, yeah, because there's the end. So the next stuff under this is the stuff for the passport folders. Okay, give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna go see if I can find the bin of things because I've got most of it ready. Okay, so they were not on top of the dresser. However, they were as close as they basically could get to the easy. So let's figure out if I've got enough of these, because I do think I don't. 1, 2, 3. How many do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where they went, though, is the next question. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so I need 2 more, which I can actually see the stabilizer right here. So we need 2 more, and then let's see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then I've got far more than enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 black D-ring tabs, and we'll pop all of these back under here because there's already 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now I do know that I used a couple of these, so that's why we've only got 5 of these. That's fine. I think I actually tracked down a couple more, so I think we're actually set for labels. I need 2 more of these guys, but I see the stabilizer that we've been using to cup them. I think what I'll do, as long as this is correct, never mind, lies, all lies. Well, whatever, just gonna trim it right here, and we're gonna cut down a bunch of these because it's not like these are the last Traveler slings we're making this year. Let's be realistic. No. That's not how this is going. Pretty loud. I should just bring that over here, but it's not happening right now. Okay. Boom. These don't need to be here right now, so I'm going to put them back into the bin over here. These don't either. Okay, what do we need? We actually need that little mini press and the Cricut mat so that we can, like, press these on. That's probably the next thing to do, right? No, we gotta sew the foam pockets and then do that and then top stitch them. Yes, that feels right. Okay, I'm gonna actually close the blinds because it is, I think, hit the point of I'm not gonna get enough sunlight to actually make it warmer in here, so let's trap in the heat that I can actually get. And I don't think, oh yeah, that hasn't affected the actual, like, lighting situation. What did I need to grab? I needed to grab the mini press. That's right. We still need that. So do that while I'm up and closing blinds. Okay. Now, the nice part is I know where the press mat is. And I have even successfully tracked down the pressing mat for it and the mini press. Could I use the big iron? Yes, but the mini press heats up so fast. It's kind of like the difference between heating up an oven and heating up, like, the air fryer. Yes, I love my air fryer now. It's like the first one we had, I hated it because it was like, it had a turn thing in the middle. And yeah, that, like, squishes all of the stuff, right? So holy crap. All right. Okay, so all of these are top stitched, right? Yeah, so we've gotten to the top stitch point. So now we're just working on the foam pocket. All right. Because we're going to do the foam pocket. And then we're going to put the reinforcement into the foam pocket. Okay. And then we do and then we need the leather. So good thing I went and tracked that down right away. Although I guess it was with it, so whatever. And then we do okay, yeah. Reacquainting myself with the pattern. Always good before you start. Less tears. Less stress. There's already enough stress. Actually, well, okay, never mind. I was like, I'm feeling pretty cool. No, I'm not. Never mind. Let's ignore that internal statement because it is not true. Actually, I think I can probably sew both of these at the same time, basically, right? Because they're two separate pieces, I think. No, that is not what I don't need Streamlabs. I need the other piece. Yeah, we could chain piece both of these, so I can sew the pocket to the actual, like, exterior. Okay, so those have to stay together, these guys, because they're the next step. And then this can pair up with oh my goodness, I did not realize how much extra light those light bars gave me. And this is not bad, but my goodness, is it not good either. Or not amazing, at least. I need to find my an extra like USB-A thing and pop, like turn the ring light on for now maybe. Although finding an extra USB-A charger now is something else too, right? So I know that those go together like that, and then these go together like this. Oh, it wants me to do it. Oh, whatever. It doesn't matter then. But then I need to put the leather in the middle, which is the tricky part. And okay. Okay, so the strap connector is right side facing up. I remember that this was an issue last time. Okay, let's prep all of these and then we'll sew. Because always the prep. Okay, right side facing, take the strap connector and lay it right side facing up. Wait, oh, this is the strap connector. Oh, okay, read the rest of the instructions, Katie. Place the leather tab on top, wrong side facing up. Okay, right, because then when it closes, it's gonna, okay, there we go. Thank goodness for reading the instructions. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. We're supposed to base stitch it, but I put as few holes in leather as I possibly humanly can. Okay. There. Good. It's not quite centered, but I can fix that like that. There we go. Good. And this needs to go and be centered in the middle of this thing. The front portion here. Yeah, we'll go through and we are going to prep all of these and then we'll worry about sewing them later. At least they'll be prepped and ready to go. Again, sometimes just getting that step done is nice. Oh, it actually isn't a big deal because they're the same size. Okay, good to know. And we're going to pop a couple in here, mostly because it's like, we could technically pop a couple in here, but I don't feel like it. Well, it kind of does need it. Whatever. One. Definitely not one of those people who thinks that more clipping is good, although probably I would benefit from more clipping. But we're going to ignore that fact. Nice big handful of clips. I'll get the zipper garbage out of here. I was trimming these upstairs, so it's always like, okay, what do you do with the offcuts? So the garbage went, or the zipper stuff went into the bin, because then at least it's contained a little bit better. All right, that's what we're working with. this and that need to go over here because they're the next step. They're not this step. Oh, this needs to have, okay. Did you get your pockets sewn together? No, you did not. Should I do and sew the pockets together before I do the foam pocket? Probably. Shit. Do I? Or can I like... Let's see. Or can I flip it up and sew it after I've sewn on the foam pocket? Or is it easier to do it now? Let's see. The instructions say to do it now. Okay. These pocket linings are nowhere near lined up correctly. what happened here? No. Oh, that's actually interesting. In not a good way. How'd you do? You're fine. Fine enough, at least. Oh, right. I think that's mostly because there's also a little bit of like... Anyway, I think I can sew these once I've actually done the... Can I? I should... Nah, fuck it. Just do it now, Katie. And then we'll do the rest of the prep work. Yay, more sewing. All right. Okay. So once we start about a 1/2 inch under the zipper seam, which I'm going to say is about... I feel like, Katie, what are you talking about? It's because I'm just muttering. I don't know. Whee! Around we go. Look at that. Whee! Whee! And done. Okay, there. Now I don't have to worry about the zipper pocket or the foam pocket. The foam pocket is good. We are... Because then anything extra is like... finished up when we actually stitch the bag together, but now it's not flip-flopping around in there in the way and everything like that. And yeah, we're good. Okay, you still need to stay out. You are the next piece, whatever. So what we'll do is we'll sew the foam pocket as we come to the bags, and then what we'll do is we will just oh god, this is interesting. They should be lined up. Like, I don't get it. At least horizontally. Do I need to redo these? Damn it. How far over does it come if it's not lined up? Like, it's a full pocket still. But that's pretty bad. No, we're gonna redo that pocket because that is pretty bad. Damn it. Such a pretty one, too. Okay. But we're not in the business of seam ripping today, so that's going back there. Okay. Let's double check here before I even do any plans or anything. Are we good? Better. Good enough. Yeah. Okay. Not quite as vastly different. Okay, and then these pieces get set aside. Those pieces are the ones we're going to actively work with in like 2 minutes. And then we're going to go in and we're going to sew this. There we go. There we go. This is normal because I didn't trim it down before we sewed it to the zipper. But the side to side is what I was actually like horrified with there with the other one. This is normal. Because like I said, I didn't trim it down. So, you know. There we go. Good to go. Oh, right, this is like the iridescent one. Gorgeous. Okay. You have black leather. Black leather goes wrong side up. Gonna fold this in the middle and put the leather in the middle. Leather, leather, leather in the middle. Wrong side up. Wrong side up. Wrong side up. Leather goes wrong side up. Wrong side up. Right sides facing together. There we go. That's the cue. Right sides facing together. Right sides facing together. Right sides facing together. Facing together. Okay, and then this goes over. Oh, right. This doesn't matter because they should be the same, which they are. Okay. Whew. My belly's like, so, we need to have a discussion about the fact that we are approaching dinner time. Huh? I know. We're good. We'll make it. Not eating before you could pick up the kids anyway, but, you know, it's still like, the discussions need to be opened. Feed me. I promise. I ate some cheese when I went upstairs earlier because I'm like, I am actually hungry. Cheers. Okay. Flippy flip because it's fine, and then flippy flip back because that was dumb. Oh, I'm so annoyed that pocket needs to be seam ripped. But I guess we've got 3 that need to be fixed now. Surprise! When do we not have bags that need to be fixed, really? But also, come on. So annoying. Okay. Oh, it's so gorgeous. Like, look at that. Actually, I think it probably shows up better down here right now. Anyway, it's like this gorgeous poppy. There's this really cool texture actually in the poppy. And then, like, look at the back of this bag. Ugh, it's going to be so good. So good. All right, we're doing this. La, 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 la. Okay, so some of the pockets are blue. Some of the pockets are red. Really depends on where it's showing. It kind of makes sense to have the red pockets showing for the foam pocket for this one. Just nice. There we go. And now we get to go into here. Right sides together. Right sides together. Right sides together. Together. Right sides together. Right sides together. There we go. It's actually all right sides together, so that makes even more sense now. Ha ha ha. Clever, clever. Okay. What ones did we have the issue with that on? I think it was on the minis, right? Or was it actually on the these guys? I can't remember. Does it matter? No, but now I'm curious. Curiosity. Doesn't matter, no. But I'm still curious. All right. Not a massive overlap on the side seams here. Good, good. Boom. Down just a tick because high. And around, and around, and around, and around. Okay, also got the next bobbin rolling, which is good. I was like, wait, I'm probably creeping up on the end of that without really thinking about it, but no, we're good. We're good. Why are my hands so cold? Don't get it. I even cranked the heat up today because I was like, I do not want to feel cold downstairs. And yet, it must be the way that the wind is blowing or something like that. 100% that's it. Boom. All right, and this is actually, yeah, okay, good. This is the nuclear floral and I call it nuclear floral because this is like, I guess neon floral might be better, but it's very vibrant. Like burn your eyeballs out vibrant. So, all right. Right sides together. 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 This will definitely have more black leather. Right sides together. Right sides together. right sides together. And this one doesn't, also right sides together, but it doesn't need the measurement because high, they're the same width. Boom. All right. Next. Hey, 1, 2, 3. 3 more to sew the pockets on. Woo. Okay. That is the back. Oh, so that piece that I threw over here for whip is actually for that one. There we go. That's for the interior pocket again. 4:10, so I've got about an hour. Okay, and then these guys stay here. And then we open you up and take a look. You're fine. Yes, you need to be sewn down, but you're fine otherwise. Okay, cool. Boom, 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 boom. Are we lined up on that edge? Enough that I can make it work. There we go. Whee! Boom. Good. And we will trim down these pockets later. All right. We caught everything? Caught everything. Cool. Okay. You go first. Onto here. Oh. Cranky. A little bit of interfacing. We'll spread that out. Make sure it gets pressed when we actually do the mini press. Mini press, mini press. Boom, 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 boom. Ha. Okay, make sure that's pressed out there with the clip. Clippity clip, and then the other clippity clip. Down here. Boom. Okay. And then apparently I left some thread in. Are we surprised? No. Least of all me. And hopefully least of all you all too. Right sides together. Right sides together with the exterior, not the interior. Right sides together. Right sides together. This pine obi is the obi that just like keeps giving for fabric, which is awesome. I love obi that end up working out like that. Right sides together. Right sides together. Right sides together. Right sides together. Dun 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 dun. Right side sandwich. Right side sandwich. Right side sandwich. Dun, 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 dun. 2 more. Alrighty, and then this is the parasol with the Segai waves. So that's the exterior back, or interior back, exterior back. I'm still so pleased with how this parasol ended up getting placed. And that even just the disruption in the pattern looks so natural because of the zipper. Like it all, just so good. Love it when it just works out so well. All right, a little bit off on this side. That's fine though, because honestly it's lined up on the other side. Again, we'll do a trim down later before we sew everything together. So I'm not overly concerned. I'm going to make the seam allowance a little bit tighter than called for in the pattern, simply because I can, really. Because who doesn't need a larger pocket, in other words, right? Right? That's what I'm thinking. Okay, you get back up there. No slithering down. Not your turn to get sewn. All right. I'm going to put so one of the pockets is actually cut out of the pattern. So I'm going to put that as the back portion when it folds down. Yeah. Because you're more likely to see it there than the front, I think. Yeah. Yeah. That's what we're going to go with. Let's do it. Okay. Man, and the pink on this is vibrant and rich. It looks so good. These are just I'm so glad this pattern came out because these look so good in the OB. And the OB are looking so good in them. So, yay. All right. There. Then we're gonna pop this over top. Over top. Right sides together, right? Yeah, okay, right sides together. Whew. Okay, good. Last one to be ready. Okay, so there's the exterior. Gorgeous, gorgeous OB again. This is the one with the palanquin with a bunch of the florals as well. The interior pocket has a nice sneaky little gold piece here. Yeah, it's going to look spectacular. And I think actually, oh yeah, and then even actually the interior front here. I think I fucked up the cut here from what I remember. That's okay. Anyway, sneaky interior as well. Okay, you're mostly aligned on the sides. The bottom makes sense, so we're just gonna go in and we'll go in with the smaller seam allowance around the bottom. Around the bottom. That's too far in. There we go. Whee! Zoom! Oh no, we're out of thread. Damn it. Of course. Well, at least it's a little bit easier to wind the bobbins right now. What time are we again? 4:17. Okay. Lots of time. You know what I should do? I should set myself an alarm. And then I don't have to keep asking. What time do I need to leave? I think let's do 4:50 today. Gives me a couple extra minutes to get out. But not too much to dawdle. There we go. Yeah, so another like 30 minutes-ish. Just over 30 minutes. So we will not be getting these finished today. But we will get a good chunk of the remaining prep done today. And I will very likely sit down and seam rip the ones that are currently not ready to go and over the weekend. And then we can sit down and we can finish these along with the large box bags on Monday. Probably where we're at, I think. I guess we'll find out. Actually, yeah, probably what I'll end up doing is most of this will also get to the, hopefully, okay, aim for getting to the turning stage so that everything can just get turned over the weekend. And then we can, like, go from there. Alrighty. Right sides together. 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 I think shoot. The butterflies are supposed to be the brown leather. Yeah, it's easy enough to swap. Got like one piece of brown leather. I'm like, what is this for? I bet you it's for that now that I think about it. It's totally for the butterfly bag. All right. Right sides together. 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 All right. We'll swap out the brown when we get to the butterfly bag. Not a big deal. Now, we can just, whatever, go in. Now, I think the seam allowance is the generous amount. But let's, yeah, I'm supposed to trim away that seam allowance on that bag, on the pocket. We can totally do that here in a minute. Good. Okay. Ready. Steady. Go. Start winding the next bobbin so that I can, like, trim the thread before I go upstairs. Because that's the deal. I have to trim the thread off because otherwise the cats get on the sewing table and it's a disaster and makes my sewing machine leak. So, you know, let's try to avoid that this time. Okay. Over the leather, thank you. Stitchy stitch. All right. We're just gonna pop these back over on whatever whip bin they're gonna sit on for now. Yeah, and this is also the same, right? Okay, good. It is. I'm like, wait, this is the same seam allowance, right? I assumed it was. But I was like, I had that moment of like, I better just like double check that again. Considering that I also had the momentary like not putting these the right direction moment a few moments ago without reading the instructions. Thank goodness for instructions. It's always better when you follow them. In this situation, this does not apply to everything in life. Remember that. Do I break my instructions regularly? Regularly. Do I regularly not follow instructions? Regularly. If you've watched for a while, you know perfectly well we do not always follow instructions. Okay. Nice fold line, so we can pretend that I'm totally lining this up in the middle of the leather. Totally lining it up right in the middle. Not eyeballing it at all. Until the again, that won't have come across on closed captioning. 100% sarcastic. There is no measuring involved there. Outside of, this is how wide you cut the little flippy flap strap when you're cutting it from your, or making your fastener. I told you, I'm a professional. Psh, that'll be fine. And if you're looking at this in horror, well, yeah, fair. That's fair. Yep. No, that one ended up with a crease because reasons, apparently. Goddamn. Okay, no, we will fix that. I know I said that I wasn't seam ripping, but this is like, this isn't seam ripping. This is salvaging sewing time, I guess. I don't know. Why am I not seam ripping the other stuff? Because I don't feel like it. It's a lot of seam ripping on the other ones, to be blunt. So, especially the one that has the zipper that needs to be reinstalled, or the pockets that need to be reinstalled, because we're gonna have to rip out the top stitching and the zipper stitching. Yay! It's really tempting to just say F it and sew it though, because honestly, ripping out that much stitching's probably gonna it has a high potential to damage the obi. So I'm like, do we want to do that? Now that I actually think about it, I'll take a look at it. It is a sturdier obi, so maybe it'll be fine. Okay, that looks not right still. Yeah, it is a sturdier obi, so it might hold up better to like getting seam ripped, but some of them don't. So I'm like, maybe we'll just make it work. Maybe we'll find out, I guess. There we go. Better. That bobbin is done winding, which is good. Gremlin mode activated. Hunch. Don't hunch. That's how I got myself in trouble last year. Actually, what I should do. There we go. Oh, it feels so bad though. But it puts me in a better angle. Damn it. Low. Well, yeah. What is it, like 2 more? 2 more. Sweet. Just a nice easy so. I honestly swear I thought that this portion was done. I thought that we were all done like top stitching and everything like that. Apparently not. Must have decided just to go with the other ones. I don't know why. But like, why is this still something I need to do? What was past Katie doing? I know that we had a very limited amount of time, but come on. Why wasn't this done? I'm sure there's a very logical reason at the time, but I cannot for the life of me think of it right now. Okay, last piece here. Then we gotta warm up the little mini press. Mini press, mini press. Okay, these are, this is not even with the top of the thing. So we're going to flip the clips so that they're easier to actually take out. And then, okay, we're good now. Yay, go. All right. There is that prepped. Now what we do is we go in and do the little mini press to get the stabilizer into the area that we need it in. Love how there's already clips on the floor underneath here. Just from that. 2 days in the space and there's already clips going their own way. Okay. I need to figure out a way to have this like surge bar on top without having it like get in the way of everything, because there's so much stuff that I end up plugging and unplugging from it. Actually, in this case, we don't need to plug into the surge bar because there's an extra outlet right there. Yay. Okay. Warm up, my pretty. I keep checking the time. Doesn't matter, Katie. Got an alarm. We've got an alarm. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, so that's the interior pocket there. This is the pocket that we need to adhere the stabilizer to. Exterior. Interior. Interior. Exterior. Interior. Exterior. And if you're like, no, you won't be able to tell them apart, we are able to tell them apart now. Woohoo! And how many? We have like 5 or 7? 7? I don't remember. Whatever. Grab all the stabilizer. Okay. Not yet. I'm like, those can pop up there now. No, they can't. We've got a few more to like clip here. Okay. Exterior, interior. Exterior, interior, interior, exterior. Woo! I think that's all of them, right? Is it? Is it? Yes! Okay, the rest of it's like the pocket linings and stuff. Okay, so those can all go right here for a moment. Now we're gonna zip my chair back up again. It's high. That is way too low to iron from. La 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 la. I can smell it heating up. Heating up, heating up. Cold hands. Bloom. Okay, what does she want me to do? Boop. We've already attached the second foam pocket, because that made sense to do. I think she presses. What does she say? Press with the seam allowance up towards the pocket lining. So this direction. So that's the first step. Press to this. Yeah. Towards the pocket lining instead of the exterior. Right? Press with the seam allowance up towards the pocket lining. Okay, yep, that's correct. Okay, and then to reinforce, cut a strip blah, blah. Flip the panel over so the wrong side faces up. Center. Okay. So first things first, we take this and then we do this. And actually this needs a bit of a trim down, I think. Shouldn't, but I'm going to do it anyway, just because then it stays out of the seam allowance a bit better. And then, and also a straighten out, because apparently this isn't straight. There we go. Better. Windy. Okay. Okay, yeah, as below. Fuse in position. I take the lining and fold it down over the interfacing strip. Line its right side edge with the top edge of the panel, and then use your iron. Yeah, there we go. So it's supposed to look like this once we're there. And then this is supposed to be like interfaced in between. The issue I was running into last time is that my press didn't really get all the way through these layers. If it doesn't this time, we will, honestly, even at this point, it's probably just better to clip it, but we'll try. Because, yeah, this fabric is not happy with the mini press. Okay. No, but it's stuck. All right. So I am still going to put in and it'll stay, won't it? Oh no, because we got to flip it back up to do no, we still got to flip it up to do the other stuff. So yeah, let's, no, if I throw a clip in there, it's going to like embed the clip teeth. Okay, well, I don't think it's going anywhere. Blunk, get out of here. We're done. We're done. Actually, no, we're not. While I'm thinking about it, let's trim down the seam allowances here as well, so that they are contained where they're supposed to be, as per pattern. Choom. There we go. All right. Done and done. All nice and within the edges. This will catch in the seam allowance, which is perfect. This does actually need to be lined up there, which is awesome. Again, does it have to be perfect? No, but to reduce the bulk in the seams and make my like assembly journey easier, trimming it down is very important. As is actually trimming down these zipper tabs, which I have not apparently done yet. There. And just line it up with that edge there. Dun, 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 dun. I need another bin for OB scraps. Oh well. Yep, good, good, good. Alright, so what we're going to do with the mini press is mostly just press this up. And then we'll try and get it so that the interfacing does get. Yeah. This one's tough because it's like it has been interfaced, but because it is all embroidery and woven and all of that, it's mostly woven fabric. So the pattern is woven in. It's mostly adhered to the weaving, not the actual like background OB fabric. It's like, whoops. Oh well, it's gorgeous. Totally worth it. 100%. All right, now we're gonna fold it and we're going to align it with this upper edge here. And then we're going to try to press this without damaging it. And get that interfacing like glued in here as best we can. And then just a nice, sometimes it's just pressure and not actually that hot, so I think we're good. Yeah, that is actually adhered pretty well. Sweet. So there's the most of the front done there, which is awesome. Yay. Okay. Trim down this because then it also snags those top stitching threads. And then this one, which is a little bit more, it's fine. Okay, get those out of here. And then we're going to go in and do the pocket. This one is actually quite okay, but we'll do it anyway. I don't know why I'm cutting it this awkwardly, but okay. Whatever, just get it done. Get her done, get her done. They've been waiting around. And the more I get out now, the less the mischief makers can get. Ha ha ha. All right. There. Now, go in, press this up, and press this out just a tick more than it is right now, so that's a little bit easier to sew afterwards. Yeah, I'm gonna actually massage that out a little bit. There we go. Get this seam allowance pressed up this direction. There we go. And then we're gonna throw down one of the strips. Strippity strips. Like this. It's probably actually helping that we are pressing it up a little bit before placing it down, because actually that's probably where most of the adhering is happening. Yay. Just the reality of it. Okay, now that is aligned and nice and straight, and then we're going to try this again with this one. Sweet. There we go. Done. Trim down. Trim, 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 trim. Start with the zipper tabs. Then trim the zipper, then trim the zipper. Or not the zipper, the pocket. Then trim the pocket, then trim the pocket. All of the way around. There we go. Good. Okay. Finger press first. Cricket press second. Feels like that needs a second, just kind of convincing that it is actually adhered to the interfacing. All of this has gone under the steam press, but sometimes some pieces just need that extra little bit of coercion. Okay. Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay, and then I'm going to run it down this pocket because again, this edge is like, it's fine, but it could be better. Okay. There we go, there we go. Gorgeous. The OB behind me, I thought the one that I took out because I was like, do we need to redo the pocket? Do we not? I am going to debate that. I have a feeling I'm just going to make the pocket work, just so we don't have to do so much work for like to get it. I think I can make it work. Oh no, I can't because it's almost to the zipper pull on one end, or zipper tab. Anyway, when I looked back, it looked like there was a cat there. Like, cat. No, there is no cat. It's just the OB bag. Right, no, I have to go in and redo the zipper on it. Damn it, that's a lot of work. That's so much work. Oh boy. Oh well, that is something good to do this weekend with the kids around. Kinda. Maybe that's what I work on tonight. Do I want to tidy or do I want to seam rip tonight? I feel like I should probably capitalize on any desire to tidy. So I think we'll do that tonight. And then I'll seam rip tomorrow. Yeah, okay. No, that's right. We'll do more active stuff tonight and tomorrow after getting vaccinated, because then if we feel like crap on Sunday, I can seam rip. I can sit and just seam rip. That is actually the best option to give myself. Oh, it's so glorious. I can just even this pop of this poppy right here. Oh, so good. This bag is going to be one of those bags that we turn and it's just going to be like gasp. Amazing. I'm sure. Like, oh, just look at it already. So good. Okay. 2 more and then actually 2 more and then it's basically time to head out. So that's actually pretty good timing. Go. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so what are the goals for the tidying tonight? I honestly think we should make the big mess tonight, which means pull everything out and lay it on the floor and then just start going from there. Ugh. Does not sound appealing. But I also don't know how to do it otherwise. Actually, no. I'm going to do the bookshelf. That's the main thing I'm going to do. I'm going to do the bookshelf. And we're going to move it over into the corner where I have my small bookshelf right now. And we're going to small up the small bookshelf with the large bookshelf. And then we're going to go from there. Because there are books out here that could go in there. There we go. So that's the first one. Then the next one over the and then tomorrow, because hopefully, I don't think getting the vaccination will so we're doing flu and COVID. Usually it's the next day that it knocks you out, if it knocks you out. Yeah, because then tomorrow we can pull everything out and we'll start from there. Does that make it daunting? Yes, but I honestly don't know of a better way to do it either. It's annoying. Because then you have a really good grasp on everything you need to get through. And then maybe what I'll do is I'll set 15-minute timers on Saturday. And it's all right, do 15 minutes, then sew for 15 minutes, and then do 15 minutes, and then knit for, just have a break for 15 minutes. But 15-minute breaks. Because otherwise I get distracted and demotivated. Yay. Yeah, that sounds like the best kind of compromise in between, etc. We're going to have a good sleep tonight. I'm not saying an alarm. Well, I'm going to set a late alarm for tomorrow. Because sleep. Extra sleep would be glorious. And the kids also need it too. They were go to bed. I can't get them to bed earlier, because they're not ready. But then they wake up at 6 and are miserable because they haven't slept enough, obviously. And it's guys, just go to bed earlier then. But I'm terrible for that too, so it's not like I have any space to to be the arbiter of that. That's for damn sure. Ugh. No, but I do. Oh, never mind. I should set a little bit earlier than I anticipated alarm, because then I can go for my run before. It's only 45 minutes. So I can go for my run before we head out for dance and for vaccines, because we have to go into the city for them. I wonder if there's anywhere. Never mind. No. And then now we're down into the things. So we're technically able to go into sewing foam pockets now. Technically being actually. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out where you guys are actually gonna live now. Like over here, or are you gonna live over here, or what are we doing? Who knows? We'll figure that out later. Not a big deal. Kind of a big deal, but not a humongous deal. All right, this is upside down, because of course it is. So this is the first piece. We open it up. I'm gonna finger press that down. And then we technically actually open up what we just pressed. And we sew it, which, oh my goodness, this is peeling off. Damn it. Okay, well, let's do another finger press and see if that helps. Okay. What time is it? Yeah. Got like 10 more minutes. So this is not a very good time to like chain piece. So we're just gonna kind of, like all of these have to be done individually. I'm going to throw a clip in here because what I'm doing is I am actually lining up the top portion of this pocket so that it doesn't hang out and around when we actually go back to clipping it or getting it like pinned down. So these two tops need to line up as best as I can get them, and we can't use any real tricks with it either because you can't nest them like I typically do with my box bag seams and stuff like that. So, all right. Now, what is her seam allowance? Boom, 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 boom. Doesn't have one. Okay, whatever. That's fine. We'll fudge it. I think I know what I've done in the past, so we'll just do what I've done in the past because so far so good. Off we go. Needle down, lift the foot, turn the bag. One more, just for even sake. Done. Now, to help preserve that actual thing, it will get stitched in, so I'm not overly worried about it right now, but there we go. So, we will stitch it in with black stitching though, so we aren't going to do it right now. And we do actually have to do it before the next step, which is getting this. We put it basically a basting stitch in there almost. But yeah, we need to actually wait until we have black thread back in the machine. That needs to be clipped out. Okay, what I am going to do just to help everything is throw a clip just right there. That's enough. Actually, we'll throw one down here too because then we can take that clip out to top stitch everything. Done. Alrighty, next. Boom, 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 boom. Doom, 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 doom. Oh, there we go. All right, we'll finish clipping this one. I love how that made me jump, even though I knew it was coming. It's like the anxiety of when the alarm is going to come, and then it makes you it actually scares you. Okay, let's clip that. Okay, not as much progress on the traveler slings as I anticipated today, but that's okay because I always throw myself curveballs. Always. throwing myself curveballs. When is it ever just straightforward? We're going to get it done. But we did get a lot of work done on the large box bags, and realistically, that's quite a bit of work done on those because we're like almost 2 steps closer. 2 steps closer to the end, almost 3 steps closer in some cases. Oh, I know how to fix that. That would help, is just layer it the other direction. There's another clip down there. No, it's like, yeah, I don't want to be in the bin. Anyway, I hope you guys all have a fantastic evening, morning, afternoon, whatever, whenever you are. And I will be back on Monday after my long run of 9 miles. So I think we'll definitely be a solid like 2 hours, probably almost close to 2.25. Although there's nothing else happening that day. So hopefully I'm on a little bit earlier than I have been the last 2 days. Anyway, have a fantastic weekend, and I'll chat with you all soon. Bye.